my grandmother had passed, and my brother was telling everybody in the family, you know, grandma gone, what y'all want to live for? You know, but didn't nobody really know what he was going through because him and my grandmother was like this. Like everybody in the family came to him, but he went to her. My brother called me, he like, Edward, I love you. What?
That's strange.
I'm like, man, what made you say that?
Yeah.
He like, man, I just want to let you know I love you.
Man.
I said, yeah, but you know that's a word not spoken. He went in the bedroom, got the 12-gauge shotgun, and ran down the street. Mind you, now, car sitting outside, 2 cars sitting outside.
Yeah.
Shot the first guy he saw behind the teller. Yeah. And then I made everybody repeat after him. Our Father,
which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come. After he said the Lord's Prayer a couple times, he started going around to individuals asking them to say the Lord's Prayer, and the ones who didn't know it.
Welcome to another episode of Connect Media, and today I got some family on here today. That's what I got. I got some family, some childhood friends, and some people that I grew up admiring, and they taught me a lot as I was growing up. But today we got my boy Solomon, my boy, and my man Edward. Edward in here.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
But yeah, if y'all want to kind of, Edward, you want to tell them what you do, and you can if you want to.
Okay. I'm a barber. Egypt Road Barbershop. Most of my work really now is kind of poured into the ministry since our church is reopened. We had some damage due to the tornado in Amory. So I'm really into trying to get our church up off the ground again, pouring in everything God has given me to that community and that church.
So, that's dope. But yeah, man, like, that used to cut my hair, actually.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Yes, sir.
God, I was probably, what, 6 maybe around that time?
And at that time, I was shocked that, instead of you going to Freddie, you sat in my chair. So, that's one thing about me and Freddie B. We always knew God brought us together for a reason, and we never had any kind of jealousy, envy, anything like that towards a client choosing one over the other, because we knew that we were blessed. So we kind of had a brotherhood to where, like, if my son came to the barbershop and sat in Freddie B chair, that was fine with me. And Freddie likewise. I credit Freddie for when I came in a barbershop, he let me know from day one, that was the kind of relationship he wanted to have with me. And I kind of like thought Freddie was talking a lot. I like, man, he just one of the people that I met at church, and he talk a lot of talk, but
no action. No action at all.
So that's actually how I met Freddie, in the church. We had a couple of programs, and he heard me get up and speak a couple of times, and I testified one time about how my hours at work was getting cut back at Tecumseh, and God still provided a way because my daughters had went to the high school, told everybody they dad cut hair. So a lot of people started coming into my kitchen, and I started cutting their hair, and and Freddie heard my testimony, how God provided what I was lacking, because the money that I was making cutting hair in the kitchen, it filled in the gap from the hours that was getting cut back. And Freddie walked up to me after service. Hey, man, I heard your testimony, man. Man, I need some help, man. Telling you, man, I got this barbershop over in Houston, and man, I'm telling you, I'm seeing $1,000 walk out the door. $1,000. I was like, okay. I said, he just one of them people that talk. I said, okay. I listened to him. he kind of felt that I was, you know, he could read my body language and kind of felt that I was kind of shrugging him off. I said, okay, man, I tell you what. How about, since we only working 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, I'm free on Friday and Saturday. How about I come over to your shop, sit with you on the weekend, and see the same $1,000 walk out the door that you see? And he was like, okay. I'm like, oh, he might be for real. So I came over here, sat in the barbershop for that Friday and Saturday, and watched that $1,000 walk out the door. And this was like in 2005. And so I was like, dang, he for real.
Yeah.
So he was like, hey, man, you go ahead and take the necessary steps to get in here as far as getting your license? He said, let's do it. I was like, okay. So I went down to Gibson Barber College, enrolled, and was in the process of getting my license. And Mr. Gibson was cool about it because he was the state inspector over the whole state of Mississippi.
Wow.
And he was the owner of Gibson Barber College. And when I went in and fill out my application, he asked me questions about who I was.
Right.
I told him I was who I was, and I had a wife and 4 kids, and you know, I just quit my job, and you know, I don't know how I'm gonna make it from here, but you know, I put all my faith.
Yeah.
I was stepping out on faith. So I put all my faith and trust in God. And he was like, okay, he's like, I tell you what. He said, as long as you come to school here, I will allow you to cut in any barbershop that you know you want to cut in. And I was like, what? I like, so you gonna allow me to cut
In any.
Because I wasn't supposed to really be able to cut
Right.
until I completed like a year of school. But he let me cut immediately in Freddie's barbershop, which allowed me to bring in some income to feed my family.
Right.
But like I said, before I even went into all of this, I asked God, you know, if he allowed me to do what I wanted to do and get out these factories, just give me $200 a week. And when I started over here, bam, $1,500 from the dough.
Man.
And I was like, man. I said, I making more money than the dough boys.
Yeah, for real. I wish I had that now.
So, but, you know, like I said, man, Houston blessed me. They welcomed me with open arms.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, I didn't want to leave.
Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. You know, I never knew that story, so I'm glad you shared that, because never did.
You never told me. You kept that.
But you know
kept
what?
that.
But check this out. When I asked God to do all that for me, I was also on a spiritual journey. Also, I was on a 30-day fast. The fast was a Daniel fast, and the Daniel fast consisted of water and fruits and herbs. And I felt like on the 3rd day, you know, I felt the power of God.
Yeah.
And it was like intoxicating, because you hear people talking about fasting and this, that, and the other. But
they about to die, some of them.
yeah. But when you're on a spiritual journey and you're on that fast and you're on that walk with God, you seeking to get closer to God, and you are also looking for breakthroughs, and God opening up doors that, you know, wouldn't necessarily be open to you or for you. So I learned a lot, and a lot of people don't fast the right way. They just abstain from food.
Yeah.
But when you fasting, your food is the word of God. You know, it supplies you nourishment through his word. Because, you know, Jesus said when he was being tempted, man shall not live off bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. So that was the word of God was my food and my strength. So, you know, when that door opened, I was shocked.
Yeah.
And one of the things that the devil tried to do to deter me was the people who I loved and admired the most, the people who I wanted to support me and uplift me,
Right.
They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, when you needed the most. Man.
Yeah.
They told me, I don't believe you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can do it. They said, well, what about insurance?
Mm-hmm.
And my thing was like, I've been making so much money.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I pay for my own insurance.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a real, okay, God, I don't have the support that I want, so, you know, you're going to have to supply all my needs to your riches and glory because I really need some uplifting.
Right.
And God filled that gap, man. You know, it was literally, okay, make it or break it.
Yeah.
You know, believe or not believe, you know.
Right.
You know, you asking me to do this for you, but are you willing to, you know, go beyond no support, nobody believing in you? So I was like, well, as long as I got you, I'm good.
Man, that's some real faith, man.
Yeah.
It is. It's a lot. I mean, same thing with my journey. Like when coming from that
Yes.
the basketball and
Right.
having opportunities to actually keep going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of sometimes you question like, dang, is this right?
Mm-hmm.
But like once you have that vision,
Yes.
you see it every day. You
Yes.
dream about it. It's
Yes.
nothing stopping that. So
And you know what,
it's meant to be.
Keyshawn? Been cutting over 20-some years, and I've met a lot of people. And one thing I noticed that people don't have, a lot of people lack vision.
Yeah, clarity.
Yes,
They like it. Yeah.
yes. And I can remember just chopping it up with your dad several and numerous times, talking to him about his journey. You know, he stepped out on faith.
Yeah.
You know,
Risk.
Yes.
That's all it is. Life is risk.
Yes.
Full of risk. Yeah.
And then the good thing about when you're young and you step out on faith, you know, even if you fail, what a learning experience.
Exactly.
You know what I'm
Learn a
saying?
lot.
They don't look at it that way though.
Right.
Like
you have to.
you have to.
You know, it's a part of growing. You know, everything in life ain't gonna just come easy to you. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it ain't.
You're gonna have some failures. You're gonna have some bumps in the road. You're gonna have some monkey wrench thrown in the engine.
Yeah.
But you know, you keep on going. You learn from that, and you know, you just never give up. You know what I'm saying? You just keep trying and trying again.
Yeah.
You know, I know never give up sound like a cliche, but
Yeah.
you know,
They say that a lot.
Yeah.
but you know, trials and tribulations come to all of us.
Yeah.
So you know, it's up to you whether you want to just give up or keep going.
Yeah. That's when you really quit, when you actually gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's when you really failed. When you
Yeah.
actually quit and put it down.
Right.
So
because-
even if you failed 100 times, that means it ain't gonna happen for you.
that's right.
That's when you actually fail.
Even MJ got cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
seen
like for all this stuff, you see how this place set up. Like you
Yes.
see it.
Beautiful.
Man, but I had to go through a couple episodes and realize like that ain't the right way.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to do, even in my business, like my brother just telling me, we was talking about how we shoot weddings. Of course, he don't think nothing of it because he just walked right into it.
Right.
But I told him like, you see every little thing that I tell you to do, like every piece of that was thought out.
Right.
I did it and I messed up and I looked crazy in front of everybody.
Right.
Now I'm able to tell you not to do that.
Right.
So once you put that in perspective for them, they appreciate it so much more.
Right.
Because now, like really, I gave them all the hard stuff to do, but they don't think it's hard because it's the first thing they learn.
Right.
Right.
So I always learn by that too. Like anything that was hard to do, I did it. Like if it made me feel some type of way, kind of scared, I'm finna do it.
Okay.
Finna do it. Like they say, it's a software called Premiere. They said Premiere is the hardest one to learn.
Okay.
Finally, because it's easy, easiest. So I was like, I'm going Premiere.
Right.
And going straight Premiere. Same thing with the camera. They say you should put it in auto. Auto basically like anywhere you turn it, it's gonna adjust the exposure and stuff, make it bright and darken.
Right.
And they said the hardest is manual. Soon I picked up a camera, I put it in manual.
Okay.
So now when I go into these hard situations, it's not hard because I've been learning manual.
You
Right.
know how to do it.
So
Right.
I tell everybody that like if it's hard and you feeling shaken about it, I always say it's called the obstacle is the way.
Right. Okay. That's that's a good saying. You know, that's something that, you know, as a older man learning from a younger guy, I can apply that to my life. Obstacle is the way.
Obstacle is the way.
You know, and that's one thing. I believe that's just in your family.
Yeah.
Because Freddie, when he signed up for the military, he said he wanted to. He didn't want to go to the Army. He didn't want to go to the Navy. He didn't want to go to the. He wanted to do the hardest one, which was a Marine.
Yeah.
So I believe that's just in y'all DNA.
It's character.
And then exactly.
Yeah.
And then I look at Mr. Early Bynum out there swinging a weed eater with one arm, and I could barely weed eat straight with two. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, y'all, that's just in y'all DNA, bro.
It's character. It's character. Whatever and still to this day, I had a colleague that we do weddings and stuff. Like I work with him a lot. And I had some of my work playing on TV. And I was like, man, look at that. The skin tone's a little orange for me. Okay. He was like, he looked at me, he said, dude, it's already perfect. I said, no, it ain't. Everything, every little bit of it, if I correct it, that's when it's gonna be perfect.
Okay.
If I see something wrong, I need to fix it. But that's a character thing.
Right.
Like I'm willing to make every step count, everything perfect.
Right.
And try to get it perfect. You ain't gonna be perfect, but if you try to get it perfect, it's gonna look professional in everybody's eyes, and that's what y'all see.
Right.
When y'all see my work, I took the necessary steps to make every little thing right.
Right.
The audio, the shot, the composition, the exposure of the camera, all of it, the editing, the export settings. So like all of it boils down to, you know, going through the individuals and make sure they're all right and
that's
stuff.
what make you so successful.
Right.
I had the same pursuit when it came to the look of my haircut. You know, in order to stand out and to separate myself from the rest was, you know, I did a lot of focusing on my blend. And that's one thing barbers that I work with strive for. You know, that's one thing they notice most about my haircut is my blend. And so when I got with Freddie and Bean, that's one thing they said they wanted. They said they wanted my blend. And so, you know, I know that I knew when I was going to barber college, I already knew how to cut hair, but there were other students at the college that had something that I didn't have. And whatever I felt that they had that I didn't have, I sought to learn from them and add it to me or add it to what I already had.
Right.
And in doing that, it was my blend. And I can remember trying to teach Bean how to blend. I was like, man, it's all on how you see it.
Yeah.
You know,
like
some people blend has a line of demarcation, and the line of demarcation is basically going from light to dark. And the blending comes in that middle part. You know, to have a smooth transition. Yeah. And when you have that smooth transition, there's no line of demarcation. And so that's one thing I sought to have, and that's one thing that's accredited to me from other barbers. You know, I never said I had the best blend, or I never tried to put myself up to be higher than anybody else.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I let other people compliment me instead of me compliment myself.
Exactly. Yeah, they gonna see it.
Yeah,
they gonna see it. It's like, and here I think I was telling you, I said, man, you know, I don't have to take pictures of this place. Like, I know it's nice, but eventually I'm gonna work so much in here, they're gonna see it.
Right.
So I don't have to be like, I don't gotta do that. I don't have to. I'm just because, like, look what we're doing now. This spot was empty. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
It was so empty. But I knew.
I remember the Raw stage.
This
place first was building.
This place is horrible.
Monica Lynn first moved out.
Oh yeah, it was.
See, I never seen it. I never seen that.
I seen it, bro.
Wow.
Like, dang, you know, from what I see now, it's night and day.
Remember that homeless dude who lived in?
Oh yeah. So one of the rooms. It's well, before we got it. We came in here.
What you call those people who do that?
Squatters.
Yeah, you had a squatter?
He was squatting.
He was squatting.
He was squatting all in here, man.
He was squatting real hard.
He said it wasn't no electricity, but he had a heater.
He had a whole heater in there.
Dang.
In the little room. He had a whole heater. He had some cardboard boxes and all.
He was futuristic.
So how he got in here? It's a back door. and this door, it wasn't no door right here.
Oh, wasn't?
You remember? It was just straight wall.
Okay.
He busted a hole right here. Got in here and was living in the room.
Yeah.
Wow, so he was coming in to where nobody could see him from either road.
He was coming from the
Go through
back.
the side or the back and come in. He good to go.
Yeah. So
Dang.
we call that room the homeless shelter. That's what we call it.
Really? I never knew that.
We call it the homeless shelter because he used to
You
stay
got
there.
Kingston in there. In the old shop.
Like, this is Kingston room.
That's wrong. Man.
But it's just a little funny stuff. But yeah, it was in here and stuff. But dang, I was gonna say, but yeah, you just have to be obsessed with stuff, man.
Yeah.
Once you get that level of obsession, it's over. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time. Like you just gotta, cause a lot of people they don't know how to be obsessed. They don't. They hear it, but they don't understand it. So what you saw with basketball, I was obsessed.
Right.
Like I slept with a ball. I had like anywhere I was at, I had one next to me.
Yeah.
Always grabbing it.
Pause.
Pause. Right. Right.
I had the same obsession, but my obsession with it was pushed by my brother. I had an older brother that was he excelled in everything: art,
Oh yeah, you told me about it.
basketball, football. He did something at our high school that no one has ever done, and that was coming straight out of junior high and playing varsity. Got a scholarship to USC because he ran a 4.2. He did a lot of amazing things, and he pushed me into sports, and made me become obsessed with it. Made me lie down in the bed and work on my form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, just little stuff. Magic Johnson, he dribbled the basketball every day in school in the snow.
Yeah.
Man,
You know,
I didn't know that.
stuff like that.
It's
So,
all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
you know, and then what made me really want it
What?
was the fame that I got.
Oh yeah.
And the attention from the girls. Oh, my
yeah.
God. It was just like, me. I'm like, you. Okay.
But you love
But
that.
the attention that I got from the girls, it made me even, I wanted to be on the announcements. Because, like, if we won a game or we did something great or good, they would put it over the announcements during school hours.
On the
Edward
intercom.
Griffin scored 24 points today.
Oh,
Edward Griffin scored 6 touchdowns. I'm like, I know I'm on it every day. So,
You made sure you was part of that, huh?
that was my that helped me also because I knew that
You get your name out there.
and the attention that I got from the girls,
Yeah.
that was a plus because I had low self-esteem.
Yeah.
My mom, she was a paranoid schizophrenic, and we had physical damage, but the mental was a little bit worse, and it stuck more. Like I get healed from a stitcher cord bruise,
Yeah.
but that mental damage was a little bit more lingering.
Yeah.
So when I went to junior high, I had very low self-esteem because I thought I was just the blackest thing ever.
She
But-
wrong for saying that, man.
Well, she was,
Oh well, yeah, you see, yeah.
she was a schizophrenic, and
Yeah.
her upbringing wasn't no better. So,
Yeah.
you only live what you learn sometimes.
Right.
And we were staying in Detroit, and me and my brother got caught in a dope house. And the guy who recruited us tried to get rid of all the drugs. And so he flushed some and swallowed a lot.
Oh.
He ended up dying. But me and my brother ended up getting out of that situation. And
Yo.
once we got out, my mom was so scared, she was like, I gotta do something. And we was in this dope gang called Young Boys Incorporated. And my mom was she just feared us falling prey to the city.
Right.
And my grandmother had popped up out of nowhere. She had just my grandmother had got released from the mental institution. She bought a house out in the suburbs. And my mom was like, okay, we gotta go. Moved out there, got in a white community that really focused in on, the students and the love and support that we received from those white folks was like, you're supposed to hate me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But they instilled self-confidence in me.
Man.
They esteemed in me a lot of things that I raised my family with. Like when I was invited to live with them after my freshman year, all through high school, I never lived at home. I lived with white people.
Whoa.
Because they saw the potential in me.
Yeah.
They
you were special.
and me and their children had great relationships.
Yeah.
So, they invited me into their homes to live, and seeing them eat at the table, how they eat,
I know that was different.
Yeah, that was different because we didn't do that. We didn't really do that at my house. Right. So it was just certain things, seeing how they live, how, like, my wife friend was so disciplined to where when he got home from school, it wasn't no chasing girls. He sat at the table, did his homework.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, what you doing?
Yeah.
Like, I'm doing my homework. I'm like, really?
So forward.
But his mom cared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he had consequences and repercussions if you didn't get grades.
Right.
I wasn't used to that discipline because my father was in prison. So
yeah.
And my mom, she really didn't care. I get a report card. She wouldn't, she wouldn't even look at it.
Dang.
So, but I did know that in order to strive and survive and be somebody, you had to focus in on your education. And if you didn't have no education, you really couldn't make it in the world. So
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Or be what you wanted to be.
Right.
Yeah. So obviously, I want to talk about trauma. So, like, as you as a man now, you obviously over the years learned how to deal with your trauma, right? And I feel like we was just talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people, they hear about it and they know about it, but they don't know how to deal with their trauma. So, like, what are the ways that you kind of deal with it? Is it like, do you just take a walk, or do you listen to music? Like, how do you deal with your trauma?
As a man, the way I deal with my trauma is I talk to the Lord. Another way I deal with my trauma is through gospel music. It's encouraging, it's uplifting, and they're talking about something that I believe in. But when it comes down to dealing with that, like, trauma, I always go to my Father, always, because through the Holy Spirit, He gonna encourage me, or He know exactly. The Holy Spirit knows exactly what scripture to bring to my remembrance to help me through the trauma.
Yeah.
If I don't have, let's say, for instance, if I didn't engulf myself in the Word of God and read the Word of God daily, when trauma comes or when trauma hits, I wouldn't know. The Holy Spirit would basically have nothing to draw from.
Yeah.
Because I have no Word in me. But the Holy Spirit knows exactly what scripture to bring to my remembrance to help me through, to encourage me, to comfort me, to counsel me, to help me make it through. But if the Holy Spirit didn't have nothing to draw from, I would literally have to go to the Word of God and seek what scripture to search. But the Holy Scripture know exactly what scripture. I'm glad you asked that question, because I was watching this show called, what is it called? It's an ER show. I don't know if it's called The Heal. It's called something. But anyway, it was this family that was losing their father. And the doctor asked them, their preference, did they believe in God, this, that, and the other? And they're like, no, we don't believe in God. So when their father died, the trauma and the just raw emotions that they were going through, they didn't have nothing to draw from. And I felt so sorry for them. I said, because if they were believers, they would know exactly what to lean on. Or God would have, he would have answers for them that can comfort them in ways that this world cannot. You know, so I don't really I didn't judge that woman, but I really felt I really was heartfelt for her, because it was a situation that came up in their life that if God was available to them, God would prove himself to them. See, that's one thing that drew me to God, because I flat out told God when my brother got killed, like, I don't know you. I said, and if you real, and if they say you are who you are, then you know that ever since I was a child, the number one rule to the game, the number one rule to the streets is don't trust nobody. So if I did know you, why would I trust you?
Right.
And you know what he said?
What?
That's understandable.
Dang.
Because he knew it was embedded and ingrained in me.
Right.
So if I've been brought up and taught up not to trust nobody, and God introduced himself to me and want me to automatically trust him, he knew that he would have to earn my trust.
Yep.
So he had to manifest and reveal himself to me for me to believe.
Right.
Yeah.
So he said, well, will you give me a chance to earn your trust? I said, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's kind of with anything, really. You know, you want to try and see. So I tried them. I'm like, okay, I see. But I said, it's going to take a little bit more than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he just kept on.
Because he deal with each one of us in a different way.
Yes.
Based on our life.
Yes, and he knows better than we know ourselves.
Yeah.
So, you know, he, you know, kept on revealing himself to me, earning my trust. And it got to one point I was like, okay, you got me.
Man.
Yeah.
So he finally earned it, man.
Yeah, you know, that's, you know, even when you dealing with a female that you like, you know what I'm saying? How do you know if you can trust this woman?
You don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
And so over time, you know, when you develop in that relationship and rapport, you know, situations and circumstances are going to arise.
Yeah.
And when those situations and circumstances arise, and you have to put some trust in there, and you're like, okay, this is gonna let me know something.
If she real or
You
not.
know, I lost a lot of friends, or who I thought was so-called friends.
Yeah.
In high school,
Yeah.
I got jumped on my sophomore year by some college dudes.
Man.
Dang.
And one of them put a gun out on me.
Oh, why?
Because,
Did you take one of that girl?
no, I was dating a black Russian. And
This is a tall one.
yes, I dumped her for somebody. So she was offended. And she had her brother, big old dude, 6'6", about 225, pull up to the high school.
Dang.
He played it off slick too. He gonna say, man, your name Edward Griffin? I'm like, okay, this is another one of those guy people. You know, because I was so popular in high school, walking through the hallways and stuff. It'd be like people that like, what's up, Ed, how you doing? What's going on? That you don't know, but they know you.
They know you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this one another one of them dudes, you know. But he asked me, was like Edward Griffin? I was like, yeah. And then he kept going like he was finna go through the door.
Yeah.
And so I turned my head. Next thing you know, Man, he hit me so hard in the back of the head.
He cold cut.
That my head hit my girlfriend's head.
Dang.
And okay, so he just going to work on me. Boom.
Oh.
And so, you know, I get up under him.
Yeah.
And I grab his legs.
Yeah.
And I'm getting ready to throw him down like a one-story thing.
Yeah.
And I heard this girl named Katrina say, "No, Ed, don't." Because if I would have threw him down there, it would have killed him.
Yeah.
So, So I let up. And you know what the dude do? He bit a plug out my shoulder.
Oh, man.
Golly.
Bit a plug out my shoulder.
Oh, you were ruthless, man.
And so I'm so adrenaline filled.
Yeah.
You know, after he bite me, I'm ready to go now. Now we squared up. It's a fair fight.
Right.
And, you know, I had some people get in between us and him. And so I'm like, I ain't going.
Yeah.
And so as I pursue him, the dude that was with him, he flashes a gun. And so I'm like, okay, it's over.
Dang.
As soon as they pull off, one of my best friend, Nick Gatewood, come busting out the door. What the hell, there? I heard you was getting jumped. But my other friends over there,
they was just watching.
Yep.
Dang,
Wow.
so they weren't your friend.
No.
They said they was.
Like, man, come on, man.
Dang, they just left you
on,
hanging, bro.
Yeah, but you know, but you know what?
That was the last day they heard from me.
One of my friends said when we first met each other.
Yeah.
When we first met each other at the high school, he was my rival in junior high. But when we first met each other at the high school, we became best friends.
Yeah.
He said, "Ed, I'm gonna let you know right now, man. If anything ever go down with us,
Yeah.
I'm a lover, not a fighter."
Well, at least he was straight up.
But at that time, you know,
He may say,
I didn't
he see
remember-
you getting.
At that time, I didn't remember that. I was
Oh,
At that time, I didn't remember what he said. I was so hot that I got whooped.
Right.
I'm like, man.
So
Have
he
a change of heart or something.
Yeah, I'm like, man, you ain't my friend no more.
Did he remind you though?
Nah, he ain't remind me.
Oh, I thought he
It
came
was
back and
I
said,
didn't wanna
remember I
hit
said I was a
nothing.
lover, not a
He
fighter.
ain't have my ear at all after that. It's just I distanced myself from everybody that was back there watching.
Yeah, you did the right
No,
thing.
damn.
They didn't care nothing about
Man,
you, man.
tell you what, they ain't fooling no Russians.
Man. But you know, she
Hey.
Don't tell me y'all hooked back up after that.
nah, we did.
Man.
My brother best friend dated her.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Well, shoot.
Man, tell me some more stories from the trenches.
From what?
I mean,
Trenches? Oh, let me tell y'all this story about this one girl I was dating.
pretty crazy, huh?
She was real pretty.
Oh man, that's how they are.
She was the kind of girl that you couldn't walk down the street with.
Oh, she was that pretty. Oh,
If you walk down the street with her, horns was gonna blow.
they're gonna be catcalling.
Yes. And so, when I got out of high school, I went to her school and walked her home. So, we be walking down the street.
Right.
Cadillac pulled up.
Broad day, huh?
Fresh caddy with probably about 5 guys in the caddy. 2 in the front, 3 in the back.
Golly.
And I'm like, what's up, girl? You know, trying to
Right in
holler
front
at
of
her.
you.
And then, this is one reason, there's a couple of reasons why I couldn't say a word.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm from the east side.
Oh yeah.
She lived on the west side.
Oh.
So
man.
if I said something,
Yeah. What state you was in?
Detroit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
So
understand
if
it.
I said something to protect our honor,
Jesus.
they was going,
Yeah.
they jumping out the car
Yeah.
and ready to throw blows.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So-
gonna be a pinata.
And then they were grown men.
Oh man.
So I couldn't say nothing. And then, okay, you would think this is just a one-time thing.
Yeah.
They was persistent. It happened like out of 5 days, it happened about 3 days out the week. But, you know, my girl, she kept walking, you know, we just kept walking together.
Yeah.
And she didn't say nothing, I didn't say nothing.
What color was she?
Oh, she was black, but she was light skinned.
Okay.
You know, like I said, real pretty. Bam.
Yeah.
And you know, my goal was to do as a player would, you know, stick and move.
Right.
But I got tired of going through that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So once I, you know, was, you know, finished doing what I was gonna do to her, and we're gonna move on to the next.
Yeah.
She broke down crying. I'm like, and then, man,
Yeah.
we were on the sidewalk,
Yeah.
and then I was trying to comfort her and be like, you know, just, you know,
Like, it's all right, baby.
yeah, you know, you beautiful.
Yeah.
Get in the guy you want. So
Yeah.
she ended up in the middle of the road. She ended up in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
You know, just on the ground on her knees crying, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, I made a mistake. You know, we gonna be all right. You know, we're gonna continue this relationship.
Right.
And by having a continued relationship with her, I end up giving her my heart.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes a player does. A player really don't want to stay in a relationship with a female because he don't want to end up giving her his heart so she could break it.
Yeah.
And that's why my heart got broke.
Dang.
Yeah.
So you fell for it.
And I just like, man, and you know the bad thing about getting your heart broke when you young like that, everybody else after her catches the 9 to 5.
Oh.
You thought you was a dirty dog?
Yeah.
Man, I became a dirty dog. No love, no heart. I ain't care nothing about your feelings.
You were cold, huh?
I got cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Dang.
But the sad thing about that was, when I got grown and I gave my life to God, the people who I did, or the females that I did, you know, dirty and wrong,
Yeah.
I wanted to get in contact with them. And I wanted to apologize to them for,
To get it right, yeah.
yeah, I like, you know, that really wasn't who I who I am.
Yeah.
And you know, everybody that I got in contact with to apologize to,
Yeah.
you know, they're like, oh, he was young.
Yeah.
You know, they forgave me.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
And I didn't think it was gonna come that easy because
Yeah, you must did
I was
them real
rough.
bad, yeah.
Yes. You know, I made some people cry.
Dang.
But, you know,
I'm glad I didn't meet that version of you.
that version of me was, I didn't like that person.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's I'm glad you told that too. But I was on the other end of that before.
Well, see,
Yeah.
we go through that.
I gave a heart to her in high school, and I was going through some crap. And of course, only my family and she knew, and her family pretty much knew. And man, and at the time I needed her the most, she left. I'm talking about I needed her so gone.
Wow.
So luckily I was popular. You know, I was popular and stuff, so I had people around me. They kept me up. Cause they
Okay.
was, like, soon as they started seeing me turn, they're like, you can't do that. You keep showing everybody watch you. I was like, what? They said everybody look up to you. So
That's
when
what's up.
I heard that, I was like, yeah, I can't just be doing anything because they all watching me.
Right.
So shout out to them. And same thing, I forgave her too, and I had let her know that in the future about it. Cause you know, like, we was young, you know,
Right.
and I know she learned from that. I know what happened after all that, but yeah, it is tough going through that, especially your first one.
Yeah.
Your first one, man, shoot, cause you really try to put your all into it and make sure you try to make it work. So
Right.
yeah, I definitely understand that.
And you know what,
For sure.
Keyshawn? I thought I was in love before I met her. I had thought I had been in love before I met her until she broke my heart and I got love sick. I didn't eat for like 14 days.
Yeah, that's how
Dang.
it be. Yeah,
All I could think about was her.
yeah, that's how it be.
I even, as a non-believer, really, I pray to God, like, God, please take this pain away from me. It hurts so bad.
Dang, you was in bad shape.
Yeah, like, man, I don't think nobody in the world hurting bad as I'm hurting.
Yeah.
Dang.
Hey, yeah.
I like, man, take it away. And shoot, but you know, I know I was back when I went to Ferndale Grill and got me a chili cheese fry. I was back then. I was back.
Wait, what is that? Wait.
Chili cheese fry?
No. What's it called?
Ferndale Grill.
Ferndale
It's a
Grill.
place that had these famous chili cheese fries.
I
Man.
bet they were good.
Heck yeah. And throw me some hot sauce on the mug.
Bam.
You gotta take me to Detroit, man.
I told you I would.
Yeah,
That'd be dope.
I believe I can go now, man. I can get a hotel cheap.
Okay, that's what's
Oh
up.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I need to put you on my family and friends plan.
Well, we'll go.
Yeah.
Most
We'll
definitely.
go. We'll go. Like I told you,
I'm ready to travel the world now,
if
man.
I go this year, you know, I'll make sure I bring you with me.
You been to Hawaii yet?
Nah, I haven't. But my son, he was worked for Carnival Cruise Line, and he was stationed in Hawaii. So
Oh, man,
He
I want to
loved
go
it
there.
over there.
I want to live there one
he
day.
said, but you know one thing he said a woman over there, he said they real beautiful.
Yeah.
He said, but they really ain't. He said they look at us, the Americans, as overprivileged foreigners who think that they should have everything at their beck and call.
Oh, yeah. We are kind of like that.
So he like they was kind of like when they heard your voice and knew that you was American.
Yeah. That turn them off, huh? Mm-hmm. Dang, I'm about to go to Europe or something.
But a lot of people sometimes they could see your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
know, they once you meet a person, they can sometimes people gotta feel if you're a genuine person or if you're a conceited person or
Yeah.
if
Or you a dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
But that's crazy. But I want to go back to that part. Like when I say I need her the most, I know you used to come to my games a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you knew that was my junior year.
I've never been to none of your games.
I know, it was crazy.
I feel bad.
But yeah, I had an injury that whole season, man.
A growing injury.
A growing injury. Yeah. Okay, let's see if you know. You know what a varicocele is?
What?
A varicocele. See, nobody knows about it. I had to find out myself. I went to doctors and all, and they couldn't tell me nothing.
It's basically behind your nuts.
Okay.
Basically, it's a vein. Of course, certain veins pump out blood, some veins pump in. This vein pump in, and it would flame up and clog up.
Oh.
So all the circulation in my legs and my body, it wasn't working properly.
Okay.
So it makes you weak. You can't really jump. You can't run.
Right.
Like even sitting like this, I wouldn't be able to do it for like 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I had played with that whole season.
Really?
Nobody know that. So like when you saw me running, I was in pain the entire time.
Wow.
Just sitting there.
With your love for the game.
Yep.
God.
So like literally I was in so much pain, I had to get an ice bath every night. If I didn't, I'm gonna be miserable the next day.
Okay.
You said you passed out one time, didn't you?
I had fainted in the locker room, nobody know.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't want them to. Cause it wasn't about me. You know what I'm saying? I was like that. Yeah, I'm in pain and stuff, but we gotta win some games. You know, we gotta put on the show and stuff. So even at the end of my career, I chose my team over my career.
Okay.
Cause of how it went.
Okay.
But yeah, I went through that whole season, man. Had her, then right when we got cheated, you remember? Third round.
Yeah.
And I was just going through and she left right then. That next day, I think.
Wow.
So I was I was all over the place.
Okay.
So like, yeah, that's why.
You was in pain.
Every
physical
day.
pain, heart pain.
Yeah.
Spiritual.
Wow.
I was so frail too. I don't know if you remember. Like I was a lot skinnier. That's why I couldn't work out like
So
a
nobody knew what you was going through.
only my family.
Dang.
So that's why I'm animated about it. And plus when I talk about it, like I had a coach on here the other day. I was telling him like I was the best. And I know some of my classmates gonna see it. And it don't bother me that they're gonna see it because I just say this in front of their face anyway.
Right.
Like, yeah, I was the best.
Right.
Like the reason why we went to Jackson was because of me.
Right.
We would, because I used to dog them every day in practice.
Okay.
I made that decision like, okay, once that summer when we was juniors, I gotta make them better.
Right.
So about every day in practice, we almost got in a fight because I'm pushing them.
Right.
I got to the point where I could back it up and say, you gotta shut me up.
Right.
You gonna let me keep talking to you?
Yeah.
When you gonna shut me up? And I did that for months, weeks and weeks until eventually, guess what? They was like, I could be like, okay, you doing something, but do this. So nobody don't know this story. And then you look at me like, dang, how you so successful? I did stuff like that.
Right.
And like the coach told me, he said, man, you were successful back then.
Right.
And that's part of my story though.
Right.
You said other coaches wanted you.
I had a Pontotoc coach and try to recruit me. I didn't know that. The Cowan City coach.
Okay.
I didn't know that. But
I mean, they seen greatness in you. You know, if my kids see this, they gonna say, dang, I can't believe he said that.
Yeah.
Because one of the things, I was a disciplinarian in my house. And I didn't want to walk through my door and my kid's shoes is at the door and I'm tripping. I'm about to break my neck. And so if what I said needed to be done, I expected it done when I got home.
Right.
And so when I got home, if it wasn't done, my kids caught the blues.
Yeah.
I told you to do this. And one of the things I said, well, if you don't like it, shut me up.
Yeah.
Shut me up.
Yeah.
I said, you have the opportunity to not ever hear a peep inside out
of
of
me.
me.
Yeah.
Just do what I tell you to do.
That's right.
Shut me up. And so that was one of my things with raising my children was like, you know, you want this and you want that and you expect me to do this and you do that. Well, I have expectations too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, you know, this ain't just a one-way street.
No.
You know, we both got a job to do. And I expect you to do what I ask, and I'm expected as a father to do certain things. And when you want certain things, you expect that out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna work my butt off to try to provide that for you.
Right.
But at the same time, don't let that room be nasty.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, you
Everybody
know,
got to do their part.
Yeah.
right. And you know, that carries on through life. You know what I'm saying? Especially like, you know, we as a family was a unit.
Yeah.
You and your team, y'all were a unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in order to make each other better, you know, you strive for certain things. And sometimes, you know, it ain't gonna be nice. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Because you want the most. You got a goal. The goal is the championship.
Yeah.
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 You know, why strive for less?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's my thing. I told my kids, you know, we are not going to settle for less.
Yeah.
Right.
Why?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, in life, you know, I didn't want my kids to, you know, just be like everybody else. Just follow the crowd.
Yeah.
Go with the flow.
Nah.
You know, all you want this. You want to go in the factory?
Nah.
You know, me and your mama, we strive so y'all don't have to go there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Showing them a better way out.
Yes. And so, you know, the opportunities that wasn't presented to us, it's presented to you now. And, you know, and when you got somebody like that pushing you and wanting you to have more in life, because I had Minister Vassar, Tommy Scott was a Marine commander, over 400 tanks. You know, they taught me certain things, and I put it to the test, and I tried it for myself, saw that it worked. One of the most important things I learned in my life was repetition. And
Yeah.
repetition, not only by doing it, but by saying it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Because life and death is in the power of the tongue.
Surely is.
So my Marine commander did an exercise with me. We were driving down Highway 45. He was picking me up from work, and we ride down 45 going to work. And I rolled down the window.
You a litter.
Through my,
You know better.
I'm from Detroit. We didn't care.
Oh yeah.
That's why the city's so nasty. Because you know we forgot about that. This is your land. This is my land.
Yeah.
You know we forgot about that song. You know what I'm saying? So I throw my drink out the window.
Just instinctively.
And we on Highway 45. You know it's a lot of cars.
Rolling.
You know.
Oh, in the middle of. Oh man.
I'm like, what's wrong with you? What's going on? He's like, you litter bug.
Yeah.
Go back and pick that up. I'm like, man, ain't that serious? He like, go back there and pick that up.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, for real? He like, yeah, man. He said, you're not gonna let it. He said, you ain't gonna have Mississippi looking like Detroit. So I'm like, dang, you know, they hit hard the way he did it. So he started saying, he said, man, you need some order and discipline in your life. I'm like, what you talking about? He said, repeat after me.
You out of control.
He said, this is what he said. Yeah. He said, repeat after me. He said, say every word I say. I said, order. He said, order. I said, order. He said, discipline. And I said, discipline. He said, order. I said, order. He said, discipline. I said, discipline. And the drive was like 30 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. And so the whole way to work, we saying this: order, discipline, 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 order, discipline.
That drive you nuts.
Yeah. So when I get home, when I go back home after I get off work,
you were singing it.
My house is in shambles because you know I ain't had no order and discipline.
Oh yeah.
And so when I walk through the door,
I'm sorry, that's not funny.
When I walk through the door, you know, it's ringing in my head, right?
Order.
So I'm like, dang, ain't nothing in this house in order, and I ain't got the discipline to do it. So the first thing I started doing is getting everything in order. Man. I start cleaning up, organizing, making sure everything is the way, you know, it's supposed to be. Yeah. And it was just that simple exercise.
Dang, that's deep, man.
Yeah, that was just ringing in my head like, dang, is anything else out of order?
Yeah.
You know,
make you look at everything.
I was looking for stuff to be out of order so I could get it in order.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you can fix it.
And, you know, so that exercise, I mean, it worked.
That's life-changing.
I'm like, dang, I wish I would have had that when I was younger, you know what I'm saying?
Dang, something so simple, man.
Yeah. Something so simple. And that was the same thing with me with the Word of God. When I cracked over the Word and I was in Psalms and Proverbs, and it was wise saying to people who had lived hundreds of years and some people who lived to be 80 and 90 that was, you know, invoking wisdom. I'm like, dang, if I'd have known this.
Yeah. If you'd known it earlier.
I'm like, golly.
That would have helped.
Heck yeah. I mean, you just don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
yeah, I had a simple story with a water bottle. My dad taught me this. He said, man, put some water in the refrigerator. Something simple. All right. I got in there, slid the thing to the refrigerator, started throwing it. Just throwing it. He said, hey. He said, man, you know, one day people gonna have to trust you, right? I was just looking at, yeah. He said, man, how can I trust you? You can't simply put bottles of water in the right order in the fridge.
Dang.
And I looked at him and I said, you're right. If I can't do this simple one thing, like this simple thing, how can I expect myself to do all the other stuff?
Dang.
Just that simple thing. And to this day, every time I go put water, I think of that every day.
Man.
Just that simple thing.
Yeah.
So, but I look at it as I was mature enough to understand that too.
Everybody ain't.
They ain't.
No, a lot of people that's gonna go over their head.
They keep throwing it in there like this.
So for another one about maturity, like my dad, he, you know, he helped me a lot. He got me here. You know, it's all on him. Of course, I did a lot of work too, but you know, at one point I was like, man, you know, don't help me so much because you know I want to get it too, try to figure it out too.
That's
you know,
maturity.
Yeah, you know, I want to show him that I could do it too. But I sat back and thought about it, like I realized his life, he ain't really had that.
Right.
And I thought about it, like this is only chance to be a dad. You only be a dad once.
Right.
Let him do whatever he want to do. So everything that man tell me, I'm doing. Right. And then like it been times we seen, oh, that didn't work, but it don't matter. We went through it together.
Right.
So just that right there, I was like, yeah.
You have respect for him.
I have a lot of respect for him because like he gonna be dead and gone one day. Yeah. And I'm gonna be thinking like, dang, I'm sitting here rebellion.
I think about that too, man.
See, yeah. I know from me, like when John sat in my chair, and this was with a lot of customers that I developed relationships with. You know, you get personal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're talking about personal things, and I know when talking to John, that you were his pride and joy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so proud of you, bro.
You just like him. I mean, talk like him.
I mean, he was so. I mean, and I know that he was instilling in things to you that wasn't instilled into him.
Yeah.
And you know, like me and my kids grown now. My twins getting ready to turn 34 years old.
Man.
And me and my wife, well, my wife maybe have, but you know, and me by living with white people had, you know, some kind of idea, and also spending time with my aunt, see how to parent. But you don't have no book, and you know, sometimes you can't parent one child the way you parent another. You know?
It's different.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, you know, when I look back over my life, a lot of things that I did wasn't, you know, I would say I had to take it to that extent. But some things, you know, you have to learn. Like I was a disciplinarian with my children. With my grandson, man, I'm a cream puff.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen you with him.
I'm a cream puff. But, you know, I know that he's lacking a lot. So, you know, like now that he's 8 years old, I'm turning it on him.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Cutting the heat on.
Yeah, it's some situations that I see that, you know, if I was the parent I was to my children, to him, he wouldn't be facing right now.
Right.
So it's showing me, okay, that's why he's around you. That's why he's with you.
Yeah.
You know, it's time to start being a disciplinarian and preparing him for the hard things in life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you know, I had a neighbor. That's why I say everybody ain't like you. You were very mature at a young age because I had bought my grandson this monster truck.
Yeah.
And I was sitting on my neighbor porch, and my grandson got stuck. And he was like, "Papa, I'm stuck. I was like, okay. And I was getting ready to get up and go help.
Yeah.
And Kurt was like, hold up.
Yeah.
He said, "Ed, just wait. He just kept on calling for me. Papa, I'm stuck, Papa.
He wants you to come get him out the mud.
And so, you know what he did? He opened up the door.
Yeah.
And the monster truck is big.
Yeah.
It's a 24 volt.
Oh, shoot.
And it could go through mud.
Yeah.
He gets out the monster truck, gets to the back of it, and start pushing it.
What?
And he pushed it out.
Whoa.
And got back in it.
Man.
And Kurt's like, "See, Ed, I told you."
Yeah.
I like, you know, basically, you know, don't be at his every beck and call, especially when
You got
know,
the strength to do it.
yes.
Yeah.
Or, you know, sometimes let him figure it out. Don't do everything for him. And, you know, that taught me sometimes, you know, just sit back. You know, and then he be coming to me sometime. He be on GTA and Fortnite. Like, Papa. I'm like, Chase, I don't play these games. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, I see him on YouTube and TikTok, looking, researching
Yeah.
on how to get the things that he want and the things he see the other players doing. You know,
He learned.
He you know, so he doing it himself instead of, you know, every beck and call. Come figure it out for me. Come do it for me. You know.
I play Fortnite every day and I still don't know how to beat it. But, man, that game hard, man.
It is.
My grandson get mad if he don't get the crown.
Oh, that crown so every season it's getting harder and
Man,
harder.
he get mad if he don't get the crown.
Really? Oh, he
Man.
got to get used to that. He got to stay, man.
Let me tell you what. One day I was watching him. I had to learn how to. He had anger management issues.
Oh, really?
You know, he had.
Appreciate it.
Just mad if he don't win the crown, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, the reason why you ain't doing that is because you don't know the objective of the game.
Yeah.
He in the game, he just strolling through, walking through Fortnite and
You get killed.
Why
like
you
this.
shooting at me? Why you shoot me? He killed me.
That's what
I'm like,
Fortnite
well, Chase, I said, you running from people.
is. Yeah.
I said, you gotta go. You gotta chase people.
Yeah.
I said, you can't run and win. You gotta go get them.
Yeah.
So I had to learn how to play Fortnite. To show him, this is what it takes to, be successful at the game and win. You can't be someone who retreats.
Yeah, you can't. Not in Fortnite.
Nah, because they gonna
chase you down.
Yeah, they gonna chase you down until they get you.
Off the grid? Ooh.
Yeah.
They get off the grid?
Hard to grid harder. Now,
It is?
he better not play that.
Okay. Hey, look, the way he spent tons of money.
Off the grid so confused. Oh, you talking about he buying them skins, huh?
Man,
I bet he got about every skin.
Probably.
He probably got all the OG.
he almost did until he got hacked. And we complained. I mean,
He got hacked?
We tried to go to Epic Games for about a month to complain to them about, we bought, he had accumulated over $1,000, thousands of dollars worth of skins.
Whoa.
Got hacked, and they basically said, ain't nothing we could do about it.
How did he get hacked though?
We don't know.
Oh.
We figured they could do. We figured they knew,
Yeah.
but it's just like he had to create a whole new account, start all again.
I didn't know that.
Lord, please don't never let mine get
Man, he got hacked, bro. All his skins, everything.
Oh, that's hurtful, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, especially you love that
He
game.
probably had a Travis Scott skin.
man, it hurt me and his mom more than that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it's
all
my
that
money.
money.
Yeah, all that money gone.
That's why them folks be suing Fortnite.
Man, all that money. And then they got the technology to know. They might not if you a hacker.
Yeah.
But I figured they had the technology to be able to trace or know who did something.
All that money they
the,
made.
the history of the account.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they should.
So, but
Dang.
Dang, somebody had to get in his, I don't know, his email or
So I
something.
had to. Yeah.
How they hacked that? Dang.
But just speaking of, a lot of reason why I'm the way I am, because when I was like 4, probably 5, that red truck Dad had, right?
Mm-hmm. Z71.
Yeah, Z71. He used to always go. He used to take me with him to go look for work and stuff. And one day, I don't know what we was talking about, but I remember this particular day in that truck. I was in the passenger seat. He looked at me. He said, "Son," and I looked at him smiling. He said, "One day you gonna be on your own. One day." He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna have money, but it don't mean you ain't gonna be homeless."
Dang.
So I was like, okay. He said, so you gonna have to, he was like, you gonna have to become somebody. You gonna have to do something. But be a kid, but one day you gonna have to do something. And that was the first, at that time, he didn't say nothing about that no more. But I remembered it. So
Right.
through 2nd grade, I was already thinking about like, what I'm gonna do. But I'm having fun, but what I'm gonna do. Waiting on that opportunity to come. Cause I realized as I got older, like, you only get one opportunity. And you might not be smart enough to get it. You might not be smart enough to realize that's the opportunity. So I always had it in the back of my mind
Yeah.
throughout the whole them years. So when this came, that was it.
Right.
Cause I was gonna do all kind of other stuff.
Let me ask you a question, Keyshawn. What made you get into this?
The basketball.
This? Oh yeah, because you the one that you was filming the team, basically trying to get them out there so colleges and scouts
Yeah.
can
Can
see their work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you was doing this in high school.
I needed a highlight film for my season. And I had somebody to edit it for me, but he acted like he couldn't do it. So my dad like, son, we don't wait on nobody. Do it yourself. So I just, my very first video was my highlight film.
Right.
The very first one. And
That's the first time that was the first time I seen you dunk.
yeah. Nobody, they just thought I was a shooter. But I got to the point I was windmilling and everything.
Yeah. That's the first time I seen you dunk was through social media. And I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, he was crazy.
Yeah.
oh, snap.
But like at one point, I was jumping so high. I had built a name over there in Alabama. I was playing AAU. And, eventually, we was just shooting around at one place. And they was dunking, hey. I was like, all right, let me do it. Cause I just came out the injury, it was stronger. So I can actually jump now.
Right.
And man, I said, give me the ball. They don't know who I am. And I'm shorter than them. These people, they 6'8". I'm about 5'11", you know what I'm saying? They're like, what you gonna do? And so I went up to it. I walked up to it with the ball. Tell you, my head was up there, had it cocked back. Boom, made the whole thing right. That was like, what's your name? And I was like, just call me KB.
Okay.
And then the next practices I kept going to, like, we know you. Never seen these boys ever. You the dude can windmill and stuff.
Right.
So I was like, dang, got over that quick. So almost everywhere I went over there, they was like, we know who you are.
Right.
That's crazy. So, but yeah, I was gonna tell you this other story too, that about me and my dad, that about shutting them up. That's where I got this from. Middle school, he seen me out there just half button and not really shooting, playing around. And then one day he decided to come out there and challenge me. Just decided to. And he putting the work on me. He's bigger than me, stronger, fast, and all that. And I got so mad that he gave me the ball, threw it in his face, hit him dead in the face, hard as I could. So wow. My mom was watching, she thought he was finna get me. He's like, nah, I ain't finna do nothing. I want that. He said, all right, you mad, right? Instead of you taking it out on me, taking it out on the ball, like scoring on me. So I was like, okay. So of course he went on and beat me. So I think about a year or so went by, and I kind of set him up. I said, let's go play. We ain't doing it today. Right. Let's go have some fun. Yeah. Man, I went out there and started going all over. For real? Man, he'll tell you. I was doing all kind of stuff on him. Okay. He said, yeah, you got it. He said, now, it's always a challenge. Now let's do it to these people. Right. And it just went from there. But that was a lesson. Like, all right, instead of me trying to fight my way, do it the smart way. Right. So if I, like with this stuff, I'm gonna tell you that story. I have one of my guys, he was a mentor. And of course he's ahead of me. He already got studio and stuff. But I messed around and told him, like, one day, my video is gonna be better. And he was like, I ain't really a competitive type of guy. I said, I am. Yeah. I said, that's the only, and I told him, ain't nothing against you, but that's how I get better. Right. When I see you getting all this stuff, you looking, oh yeah, I'm coming. Right. And so to this day, he know I love him. I know he be watching. He even tell me to this day that your work is better. Okay. To this day. But he was in front of me. Right. And just like basketball, you in front of me, I gotta come for you. Right. No matter who you are. That's the kind of mentality my brother had. That's the reason why he never really failed at anything or never lost at anything. If you beat him, it wasn't gonna last long. I don't care what it was. I used to tell my dad that or I used to tell somebody, hey, they 6'8", they tall. And dad like, you sure you wanna? I said, man, they gotta step in front of me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to guard them, I know that. Yeah. But they gotta guard me. Right. And so once I had that mentality, like, man, I had got so good where that senior year, I was like, it's gonna be cameras in that gym. Okay. That's how good I had got. Man. I was healed, I was thicker, I was stronger and everything, pause. But the season changed because the coach. Okay. He gave me the green light junior year, let me shoot anything. Senior, he changed it. He wouldn't let me shoot. I'd be wide open and told me not to shoot. Really? Dang. See, people don't know this. Why did things change? Don't know. And I still had the same work ethic, probably even harder. I used to work out 5 times a day during school. Then travel 2 hours to go play AAU during the week. Okay. And he saw me do all that. Okay. So like, no, it didn't make sense to me either. Like, it didn't make sense to me. It didn't. I don't see how it makes sense. So as time went on, I forgave that for sure. But yeah, there was certain shots I couldn't take. And I in practice, I didn't have a bad practice. Okay. Not defense and offense. I didn't have them. Even the assistant coach told him I should have been a point guard and all that. Okay. And that was what I was trying to do, be the point guard. Okay. Because I can score. Right. They got to guard me. Right. Other point guard, he didn't score like that. Right. So by me being the point guard, we had the 2 wings. Then our big man, if I drive, they don't stop me, I'm going to score. There's no question. Right. If they stop me, it's gonna make it easier for them. Right. Obvious. Didn't like it. Got to keep our point guard. So I was like, what? You know, I was trying. And so I was like, okay. All right, I'm going to just try my best in the role I am, you know, in. And yeah, it got to the point where he didn't play me a half, second half, in front of scouts. Like, I ain't do nothing wrong.
Oh my God.
So I was like, what's happening? So like, man, it got to the point I was blacking out in practice. Like, I ain't know what I was going to do. Like, man, he changed. And then he threw me out of practice because I'm blacked out. My life, you know, I worked years for this. And you doing this to me?
Your senior year.
Mm-hmm. Like, I worked so hard. Like, so when I seen that, I was like, okay. When I had this, I knew no other man gonna be in control of me ever again.
Right.
Cause he was in control of all that.
Right.
But
you know what? That's one thing me and Solomon talked about. As far as letting somebody have that kind of power and control over the outcome of what your goal is.
Yeah.
And I remember one time talking to Solomon about his pay. And I was just like, man, first of all, we're in Mississippi. And so we know that we are last in everything, even with hourly wage. And so he was like, you know, I'm looking at this job for $15 an hour. I was like, man.
Yeah, I remember that.
I said, $15 an hour, you basically got your hairline maybe at water level.
Yeah.
I said, but from talking to you, knowing your goals, knowing where you want to go in life, $15 ain't gonna cut it.
Yep.
$15 an hour just ain't gonna get it. So I was just like, I really wanted him to concentrate and focus on his artwork.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's a gift and talent. That's one of his things that he's really gifted at.
Yeah.
And you know, I even gave him a couple projects. I'm still waiting.
I'm gonna do it, man.
Whatever he asked, I was probably gonna pay him double or triple.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that's me planting a seed in somebody who I believe in.
Yeah.
And
I just got a new iPad, man.
okay, go to work.
A new Apple Pencil, man.
Go to work.
Yeah.
But just seeing his work with a pen,
Oh yeah, no
I was
pencil.
like, you know, he showed me the scrapbook, and I was like, man, you actually can get paid for this. You know, especially with social media now. I said, man, you put that stuff on a canvas.
Yeah.
I said, and then I said, man, you know how much money you gonna bring? I said, you ain't gotta worry about Sam's Club no more. You ain't gotta worry about all these people who offering you pennies on what you're really worth.
Yeah.
And I just knew when I was at the Tecumseh and I asked somebody, I said, what's the top out? I said, I can't make this out of a career. You know, I said, I gotta find me something to do. And when I left there, you know what they gonna tell me?
What?
We didn't know that you were a certified EPA engineer.
Really?
I said, I put it on my application. They're like, well, you weren't supposed to never be working in a white room.
Wow. That's great.
They did that on purpose. Man.
But at the same time, I completely understand what Keyshawn is saying with the basketball thing is because I felt slighted and shorted when, as a freshman in high school, I didn't make varsity. After that, guess what? I didn't care about my GPA anymore.
You do work.
I felt I was slighted.
Yeah.
Because I knew that it was people on a team that weren't better than me. And come to find out that a question was asked to certain players between Edward and Rashad.
Yeah.
Only one of them could play varsity. Which one do you choose? They chose Rashad. But I wasn't mad because he was good.
Yeah.
He was really good. He beat Kobe Bryant off for the McDonald's All-American MVP. The Magic Johnson Round Ball Classic MVP. He beat Kobe. But
That's crazy.
you know, I knew that I brought something to the game. I know I brought something that Rashad didn't bring. But when I didn't make varsity, oh man, it was just like, okay, I'll be ineligible until, you know, till I gotta do to get on the team. But when I was eligible, you know, but you know, I developed great relationships with the guys I did play with. We ended up winning 2 SMA championships.
That's good.
And my thing was this too. I was supposed to never been slighted because I lived in the school district.
Oh yeah.
He didn't.
That's messed up.
But you know, things happen for a reason.
Yeah, everything happened
You know,
for a reason. I believe in that.
You know, I ain't got nothing against my coaches.
Yeah.
They did what they thought was
It was
best.
best. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah.
But it's something you said, man. That time we was talking about Sam's Club, it stuck with me, man. You said, what was the year, like 2020?
21, 22.
21, 22. You said this, man. You said you got to be at least making $30 in this year, these days, just to sort of live comfortably. You told me that, and that always stuck with me. I was like, man.
I know that you wanted to go to New York.
Yeah.
In order to go to New York, we was gonna need transportation. We was gonna need a room and board, and we was gonna need money to at least enjoy ourselves,
Right.
to have a memorable moment.
Yeah.
And with what you were making, you was gonna have to save up for a couple years.
Yeah, a couple years.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how
I
it is.
remember that.
That's how it is. It's so expensive now. That's why a lot of kids, they all staying with their parents because stuff is just so expensive.
Man, eggs like $7, ain't it?
Something like this.
And you know what, Keyshawn? That's why I invited my son home maybe 2 years ago. I seen they was in Texas and they were actually doing good, but the cost of living and the limited space that they had was ridiculous.
Yeah, I bet.
So I'm like, hey, look, son,
Yeah.
look, your wife makes 6 figures, and you striving towards it.
Yeah.
So why don't you just come to the house for a minute?
Yeah.
You know, recalibrate and, you know, just look at things from there.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, they did.
Right.
They came to stay with us at the time, and they came to stay with us at the time. The economy,
Had crashed.
what economy was like, the cost of living and the financial system was basically everything was going up except pay.
Dang.
So when they came home to Mississippi, you know, they were able to recalibrate and get their things together and, you know, just make some adjustments.
Right.
You know, so I was thankful for that because, you know, I just, a lot of his childhood, you know, I was such a disciplinarian and he was so young that, you know, he missed out on a lot of things that I could show him better than I could tell him when he came back home.
Yeah.
You know, I could show him that I wasn't the same person.
Yeah.
So that person that you knew before you left, I ain't him no more. I've grown.
Yeah.
So I know how to handle situations better.
Right. Right.
You know, I know how to control my anger.
So you were pretty mean then, huh?
Yeah.
Damn, glad I never seen that side of you.
Man, I was mean. But, you know, I had to filter a lot of those ways. You know, looking back over your life and just always striving to be a better person. You know that if you do a self-evaluation of yourself constantly, because you're striving to be a better person and get better in life in general, you're gonna always see fault in you, not just only other people, but you'll see fault in you. And if you real and honest with yourself, you're gonna say to self, man, you were wrong. You could have did that better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You be like self-reflecting.
You got to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, if you don't self-reflect, how you gonna grow as an individual?
You can't.
You know, because we're not perfect people.
At all.
But we strive to be perfect. We strive to be the best that we can be.
Yeah.
And I figured like this. The moment we stop trying and the moment we think we got it together is the moment we don't.
Yeah.
You know, once you think you know it all, you know, one of the proverbs in the Bible always say, a wise man consider himself ignorant. Why would a wise man do that?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
So that he can continue to learn. Like, a wise man can already be a barber.
Yeah.
A master barber.
Yeah.
But if you think you know it all, you get around this new generation and this, that, and the other.
Oh, yeah.
They can't tell you nothing. But a wise man, he gonna empty out his cup.
Yeah.
So that the new generation can fill it back up. And so he's gained more knowledge than he had before.
Right.
But if you think you know it all already, you're trying to teach me something. Oh man, I already know I'm a master barber. You can't tell me nothing.
Right.
I know.
You're gonna be hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And you know what? Whenever I'm trying to teach somebody something, all they got to do is say, I know one time, and I'm through with them.
Oh, yeah.
You say, I know? Oh, I know.
That's
and
a good
get through
rule.
to you.
Yeah.
Because you know.
Yeah.
Let me
You don't
shut
need
up
my
then.
help.
Let me wait. Hey, you ain't even waste my breath. You know what I'm saying? You know.
It's a lot of people like that, man.
Oh, majority.
Yeah.
Ego.
Majority. Ego, pride.
Heck yeah.
Right, yeah.
Heck yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You know, shoot, that's what makes some people drop out of high school.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing else you could teach me.
I had a guy like that, man. I remember the day he quit. We was in the 8th grade. He would sleep every day. Teacher couldn't tell him nothing. He just would come into class. He started working, started making that money, and one day, his name was Tevin. I didn't see him no more. And then I found out he had quit school in the 8th grade, man.
Yeah.
Before we went to high school.
It's a principle behind that, though. I mean, I feel like, because when I found this stuff, I felt like I didn't need school no more. But I was like, that didn't make me be like, oh, I'm going to drop out. You know what I'm saying? It didn't make me feel that way.
Right.
Because obviously I knew, like, them teachers, they couldn't help me with this.
Right.
Then they were like, okay, go to college. Well, I was like, okay, I'm going to actually try that. You know, I'm going to try to look. Couldn't find no colleges. So I was like, I couldn't. And so I was like, all right, you know what? I had the camera. I'm just going to just shoot whatever I can shoot.
Right.
And that's what y'all saw. I did the commercials in
Right.
Houston that summer and all that.
I remember
Yeah,
that when
like
you first started.
I remember, like, I knew I had something because when I did that, when I gave everybody in our city just about a free video, I seen on the news that the dollars went up in Chickasaw County. And I was like,
That was
oh,
because of you putting
Man.
it out there, bro.
That's insane, man.
That's free advertising.
Yeah,
You
it is.
know
Free
what I'm
advertising.
saying?
so like people, you know, they didn't think it, but like when me and Dad seen it, he was like, wait a minute. I
just to
done
say
did,
that he was
I
able
did
to do
the,
that
I did
is
the
amazing.
the movie store, I did the Hardee's, I did both the what they sell the clothes, I can't remember the name. Did the restaurants.
Connection?
No. The other Ava Michaels.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did the Saxons. I did the Christmas parade. I did the firework parade.
Man, you was
so
on the
think
road.
about all the views and stuff. People seeing
Right.
it. So I was like, bro, I low-key did that.
I remember when you did the Hardee's and it was showing how they were
Making it.
making the
so,
business.
You low key impact the economy.
and
Yeah.
so that's how I knew like I got something.
Right.
And that's what made me like I got to stick with it. Then when I seen how my mentor was living, I was like, yeah, this is it.
Right.
That's definitely it. So,
Right.
but I never did disrespect the teachers. I let them teach me.
Right.
Like whatever it was, I let them teach me.
Right.
Like at that point, I knew I was like, yeah, this ain't it for me.
Right.
I still went to the class and everything.
And when you said that, man, it made me think of something I just seen. Let's not golf, but
Yeah.
you know, Tiger Woods. You know, I didn't know when he was hitting the ball, he was knocking it so far because he would actually work out. The rest of them, he was like one of the first like golf players to work on his arms and stuff, so he could physique, so he could. But all the rest of them, they just coming out there and just hitting the ball as regular. And he was knocking the ball so far,
right,
that they had to make the field longer just for him.
Dang.
They had to Tiger proof.
He changed the game,
and then they brought the turf up because he was hitting it so easy. They brought the turf up, so when he hit it, it gave him a harder time, and that's why he started having problem with his ankles and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow,
but he did change the game, Keyshawn, because after Tiger Woods improved and was going through this special forces training, trying to just improve not only his physical body, but his mental toughness, you seen the younger players not come in just, you seen their physique was different. And so there's like, he the greatest golfer ever or on his way to be. Yeah. So we might need to put our feet in his footsteps. So, And
that's another thing too that people need to realize, like in this life, in this world, people done the things that we were trying to do. Yeah. So like with me, I always, like you said, I think your grandson, he watched YouTube. Like it's people that done videos, they have it in books and stuff. And so when I used to talk to my classmates, like, y'all know we don't have to really struggle on this. You know that, right? Right. Yeah. Just go ask the question. Right. So that's the number one skill, learning how to ask the right question. So I learned how to ask the right question. So, but yeah, I always realized it, like, man.
Absolutely right, bro.
Yeah. Ask the right question.
That's one thing that I'm working with my grandson with too, because whenever he go to YouTube or Google or TikTok, and he type in a question or push the microphone to ask a question, he's not always asking the right question to get the answer that he wants.
Yeah, they be giving you all kind of stuff.
Right. So you have to ask the right question. I said the question that you're asking, that's not the right question to seek the outcome of having that. So you have to ask the right question. I said, sometimes I have when I'm seeking stuff and, I'll go on Google or ask AI or something like that, the response that I get lets me know that I didn't ask the right question.
You gotta be very descriptive.
Right. Yeah. And you gotta be descriptive and specific. And, sometimes I had to ask it, I had to think, sometimes I had to sit down and think, okay, what is the right question to ask to get the answer that I want? Yeah. And then boom.
Yeah.
It comes to
and sometimes it be simple. It be simpler than what we think. It'd be way simple.
It'd be so like simple. One word off.
Yeah, just about.
It'd be simpler than, you asking this
long drawn out.
Drawn out thing and just ask it.
Yeah.
Like what you've been asking yourself, ask that.
Yeah.
And so we as humans, we make it more complicated because we want to be smart and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, that's one skill that I have learned is, man, asking the right question. Then when the best way to learn something is to teach it. Yeah. That's when you really know you know it. So like with the basketball, I can't really say I know basketball until I teach it. Right. So like now, then I went through that phase where I was teaching all kind of kids. Right. Like I had one kid, I said I can tell you all kind of stuff, but it's gonna be all on you. Getting in his mind, like it's gonna be on you, dog. Like how many hours you gonna practice? He changed the shot in 2 days.
Really?
Completely different person. Wow. And almost got to the point he could outshoot me in mid range. And I was a knockdown mid range. Okay. I said, you dang near close.
Yeah, you was there, bro.
Man, so like stuff like that, you learn how to teach people and say the right things at the right time. Right. And don't be so animate, like mean or sense. And that's another thing I want to hit on too. I realized even with me and some other people I've seen, like reason why I had so much success, even though like my father, he was hard on me too. Very. Like crazy hard. Nobody want to see that, but he always made sure that I knew that he was there. He wasn't just like, yeah, you need to do this and do that. And you ain't doing, stuff like that. He would let me know, like, I'm not attacking who you are. I'm just saying it's because of what you're doing.
Right.
And so I had to tell the high school coach that too. Like, we have to let them know, like, we're not attacking you as a person. It's what you're doing.
Right.
So never that. So stuff like that, you just have to relate to them.
That's constructive criticism almost.
Yeah.
Because everybody isn't acceptable to that kind of teaching or training. And so you have to know who that'll work on and who it won't.
Because you have to their character.
See, okay, like my brother, he's totally different. Dad would
Kingston.
he could be 10 times harder on me, but he have to do it slightly.
Right.
Way slightly.
Right. But he receptive to it.
Yeah. So like, I realized that, like, I used to tell him, like, you got it made, fella. Like, man, when I was coming up, it was I couldn't really do nothing, I had to do right. But
some people, they had to have it beat into them. They don't learn unless it's the extreme.
Yeah.
It's got to be near death for them to learn.
But that's the thing like too, though. Like, even though if you beat them, I mean, eventually it's gonna get to the point they ain't gonna care. So like, Dad, he could have beat me, but it wasn't gonna get us nowhere.
No, you was numb to it.
Yeah.
Expect it, and because it was a certain amount of time. It was once upon a time. Me and my brother, my mom beat us to where we used to go after she beat us. We'd go upstairs and laugh.
Yeah.
Because like, ooh, look, you jumped over the table. And we just laughing.
Yeah.
And then after we get finished laughing about it, we were looking at our whelps like, dang. Like, my whelp got a little blood coming out of it. Yeah, but mine's a little longer than yours.
Dang.
Just but
y'all was accustomed to it.
Yes, and it was just like, it didn't really do anything to correct the problem. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, you have to let them go through it. Like, if you beat them, I mean, it just ain't gonna do much. It's just not. Cause me and my brother, we prime example of that, and we do everything that man say. He ain't never had to touch us. You know what I'm saying? Right. But he led with words and being the example.
That was like, I don't know, Keyshawn. My mother, mostly of our childhood was a single mother.
Right. Yeah.
So she was trying to fill in the gap for my father.
Yeah.
But when it came to my father,
he didn't play.
Bruh, man, my father's word was like, he ain't had to raise his voice.
Man.
All he had to do was just say, and whatever he said, it didn't fall to the ground.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, with my mother, it's different.
Respect, dominance. Just tell them how important the father figure is in the home. How important that is.
Man.
No matter if it's a girl or a boy.
You know what? I hate to say this. But
you about to say something controversial, ain't you?
It was a point in time to where my baby sister and my nephew was living with me and my family. And it was a time to where they wasn't. And the difference that I seen made me realize the importance of having a father in the home. My nephew, his dad, which is my brother, got killed. And, his mama wasn't there. And my baby sister, her father lives in Detroit. And my mom, she was a paranoid schizophrenic.
Right.
So I seen the difference in their grades, their drive, their structure from when they were with me and when they wasn't with me. Man. I don't want to compare, but the outcome of them and my children now isn't the same.
Dang.
And that breaks my heart because I wish that I could have raised them as I raised my own children.
Mm-hmm.
And their outcome would be different than it is now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like my kids, I always told them, you know, I don't want y'all to be just like me or do the same thing I do. Or I want y'all to be greater, successful.
Right.
And it came to fruition.
Man.
You know, my daughters got $300,000 house. They got a little mini hotel in St. Croix that they rent out. You know, that's what you want. You know, I ain't gotta go to the bank.
Yeah.
Hey, baby, I need some money. You know what I'm saying?
Every time they go, yeah.
You know, but you know, that father figure in the house, it makes a huge difference. And that's another reason why I developed such a close relationship with some of my clients. And me, Freddie Bean, you know, outside of the shop, sometimes we try to be that male presence in their life. Like when they having events or they need you to be there or they want you to come see them. Hey, Mr. Ed, can you come to my game?
Yeah.
You come to my game to see me play? Or you just see the young man that they grow up to become. So you try to be a positive influence in their life because you want to guide them to be all that they can be in their life. And you're gonna drop something in a spirit that hopefully stays with them, that is gonna lead and guide them when they run into trouble. Or you want to basically be a warning, a flashing yellow light to, look, man, I went through what you went through.
Yeah.
Or this is what's coming. You know, beware of this.
Yeah.
You know, I made a mistake in tell you
What?
Greg pull you, man. I cut a plug out his head, bro, and I didn't mean to.
You bit a plug out his head?
No, cut.
How?
Him and my daughters was at ICC at the same time, and I knew Greg. Greg has some similarities to me, so I don't want my daughters to date a guy like me.
Yeah.
So one of the things I did.
Wait, that's the guy that be.
He coached.
Yeah, he
The
the
coach.
coach.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I just seen him getting a haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He funny, man.
me and him had some similarities.
Yeah.
So, you know, I seen some stuff in him that I saw in me.
Yeah.
And so, before my daughters went to ICC, I told them how the guy like me was gonna come at them.
Okay. Yeah.
And just because they fended me off with the initial stance, didn't mean that I was gonna come back. I'm coming back the next day, the next day, the next day, the next day, until I break your wall down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, I was cutting Greg here.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, man, I met your daughter. I like, you did? He was like, yeah, I want the one. He like, hey, what you do? I said, man, I don't know, man, the guard just popped off. I didn't pop the guard off.
Yeah.
I didn't pop the guard off. I didn't pop the guard off, man. It popped off by itself. I don't know if I was angling the clipper the wrong way, but when he said, the one I wanna,
Yeah.
it like, I was like, oh man, what did I do, man? Oh, this a popular guy at the high school.
Yeah.
He gonna tell everybody what I did.
Yeah.
Man, he finna mess my clientele up.
Golly.
But you know what, Greg, man, he forgave me. He came back next week, put a little spray, a little dye, a little Beijing on that lip.
Dang, man. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
But you know, you as a father, you know, you try to prepare your kids the
Right.
best way you know how, and you want to warn them of things of the world, and you want to warn them some of the things that you would have done or people like you
Right.
that they might meet. And so you want to give them all the knowledge. You want to tell them everything about this, that, and the other, so they won't fall or they won't, you know, run into that same pothole that you ran into. You know what I'm saying?
But that's funny right there. That's a funny
that's
story.
crazy.
Man, he still tell people to this day, man, hey, cut a plug on my head.
Oh
Like,
man.
man, I ain't do that on purpose, bro. It just happened.
It just happened, yeah.
But you know, hey, I did, so you know.
What were some other funny moments you had in the shop?
Oh man, one of the most funniest moments I had in the shop was when Paul Campbell came to work with us, and I had a client in the chair, and I had got this new oil sheen, this Cantu cocoa butter.
That just started off like that. I already know that.
And you know, Freddie B had them that nice glazed cherry wood laid down in the shop.
Right.
And so I'm spraying this dude down, trying to make them waves pop out when the sun hit it. And so I'm spraying the dude down, getting the oil sheen everywhere, right? So he gets up, he walks out, and I get ready to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Man, as soon as I hit that wood, I stepped off my mat and hit that wood. I promise y'all, I ran into place.
Yeah.
Trying not to fall for about 1 minute. After 1 minute, running into place and trying to catch my balance, boom!
Dang.
Slipped and fell. Bust my butt. Freddie and Paul, they laughed so hard at me. But guess what? I was on the floor laughing too.
Yeah.
I was laughing like a bug because, man, I was like, dang, I sprayed that much oil shit?
Yeah, you sprayed a whole lot, man.
Golly.
To make that floor that slick.
Now, hey, man, it was a lot of scary moments.
Yeah, really?
Mm-hmm. One of the moments was with your dad.
I remember.
Oh yeah.
The time he blacked out.
Freddie thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't get no pulse.
Man.
He wasn't breathing. We didn't get no heartbeat.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
man.
you know, before that, John had came in a couple of times,
Yeah.
and he was like, man, he was just he had started sweating, but it was all because of him and Freddie B was talking about things from their childhood. And
Yeah.
they was trying to confront the issue to get through it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I never would get involved. I would just go ahead, provide John service, but I didn't want to get in between family.
Right.
And so
smart.
I tried to let them hash it out. And it was one time I had to step out. I was like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, because they almost got the fight.
Yeah, they
Yeah, but that's what
brothers, man. Yeah.
family do that sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Especially brothers.
And so, that was one of the most scariest times because John, he was in the chair like,
Dang.
and Freddie started crying.
Yeah.
He started praying to God. And as soon as I getting ready to hit 911,
Yeah.
he came to.
Man.
And now there's another guy that Mr. Prophet.
Yeah.
Not Mr. Prophet. Mr. Key.
Yeah.
Jonathan Keith's daddy. He came in. And as soon as he came in, he just fell like a ton of bricks. Boom!
Dang.
Face first.
Yeah, everybody in the shop was froze.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's just like, boom. I mean, they was just couldn't move. You know how sometimes stuff happen and you just freeze. Everybody was froze. So I got down there, seeing if he was breathing. He was breathing, but he was unconscious. Trying to see if he broke his nose or anything that was wrong with him.
Yeah.
His daughter came in. She like, he had a sugar attack.
Oh, man.
So, me and the daughter on the floor trying to tend to him, and I get ready to call 911 for the ambulance to come get him.
Yeah.
He's like, no. Don't call the ambulance. I'm like, bro, you just
So
freaked everybody in the shop out. What you mean?
Yeah.
He's like, man, I can't afford that ambulance bill. It's $1,000 long just for the ambulance. So he's like, I'm all right. He said, I just need something out the machine. I just need some sweet out the machine.
Yeah.
So he got a Sprite and some candy, and after that, he was good to go.
Man.
Shh.
Now that's a lot of pressure right there, man.
Yeah.
I can't imagine somebody.
And now, another time.
You never had nobody die in there.
Nah, I don't like that.
Okay, thank
We
God.
know we had a lot of it's a lot of clients that we know
Yeah, seizure.
that we didn't cut over the years that has passed away.
Yeah.
You know, some of them went to school with you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever had one like you just seen them that day and then like the next day they died or something?
We had a couple people who had been working their whole life, and when they retired,
Yeah.
the next week they was gone,
Dang.
and it was more than one.
Dang.
They
Soon
had
they
work.
retire.
Soon as they retired.
Yeah.
Man.
They and then when they retired, you could tell they didn't want to stop working,
Yeah.
but they wanted to see what retirement was like, or if they could do it.
Right.
And
So the
soon-
work was they drive, keeping them alive.
Wow.
Yeah, man. And then I could see if it was just one person
Yeah.
or two person. No.
Dang, so that's all they live for, man.
Yep, they kept them going.
That's so sad.
I mean, think about it. If you grew up and you just worked,
that's all you knew.
that's all you know.
And you just stop.
Yeah,
Seem
you
like
stop.
Your
You-
life stopped with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your brain ain't clicking. You just there. Yeah, it's scary.
You get up in the morning because that internal clock is there. It's time to go to work.
Yeah.
But you can't go to work. What you supposed to
That's,
do?
that's why you see a lot of them gardens in front of them.
Oh, yeah,
They
yeah.
got something to do. That's work there. Yeah.
Exactly.
You see them gardens out there in the front. Nice flowers.
I knew a guy, man, that Sam's. I seen him that week, man. I helped him pump his gas, man. Mr. Willie. He used to do the front door. He was a greeter. And I always say, man, the hospital killed him, man. He went in that week. That next week he was calling saying he ain't feeling too good. They put something in his heart. Next thing I know, you were dead.
Yeah, that's what I said about my granddaddy. My granddaddy, he was good till he went to the hospital.
I mean, this dude had worked all his life, man.
My granddaddy.
I mean, he couldn't really see too good, but
Yeah.
he was healthy. He went in that hospital, man. He was dead about the next week. Man.
Yeah.
Dang. I remember I had, ain't gonna lie, I ain't exaggerating, I had saved a life. I was at a business meeting over there in Alabama. This place probably like 3 hours away. Can't remember the city. But this guy, he owned a moving company. And so we ate the lunch. We were planning on doing probably videos and stuff together. And he was talking, he was eating at the same time.
Did he get choked on the steak?
He got choked on something. I don't know what it was. And he was choking. His face started turning purple. And he started coughing up stuff. Like it was just spitting it up. I was like, oh snap. We got cops right here. Like they was eating too.
Yeah.
And he could not get it up. He turned purple, red. I said, this dude finna die. So I had to get up and do the hammock. If I didn't, and now, you know, they didn't know what was going on. So if I didn't act, he would have died.
Wow.
Dang.
Yeah. And I was, I probably like 21, 22. But
That's
I had to
insane.
act quick because he turned purple and stuff. And he just started coughing up stuff. And he was trying to tell me he choked, but he couldn't. And I was looking at him, I was like, you all right, man? He couldn't say nothing. So I know how it look when you really is choking.
Right.
You can't say nothing or nothing.
Right.
So yeah, everybody just looking at it. Like it was strange. Like, yeah, this dude almost died. Like, this man almost died.
Yeah, that ain't no joke, bro.
No, ain't no joke. He almost died. So after that, I'm like, man, I done say this like man, like he been spend some money with me for sure. he been spend some money with me. He thanked me. He used to be in the army and stuff. So I like, yeah, he ain't never
What was he
worked.
choking on?
Just some food. I don't know. I guess he was just eating and talking too fast or something.
Gassed up.
Yeah. So I was like, man.
We had a cat fight that happened while the police officer was sitting in the chair.
The women got to fight? No,
Man, what you talking about?
wait a minute. How'd it start, man? Break it down for us.
Look, I'm sitting up there cutting Larry Mills' hair.
Mind your business.
All of a sudden, I hear the door. Boom. You know, I look over.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, they was into it before.
Yes,
they brought that to the shop.
and then the mama trying to And then the mama just like, let me get out of here. She had to get out the way.
Dang.
And then, you know, once Larry got in there, got them separated, man, you think one of them tried to stop? The only reason why she stopped, he like, keep it up, you going to jail.
Dang.
But she came up in there like,
ready for.
I mean, I'm like, golly. I mean, they're throwing down, bro. You know, I'm one of them people that is a peacekeeper and try to like break up fights when I see fights. Yeah. Not that day.
Man, was they bad though?
Oh yeah,
they bad.
That'd be different if well, I better not say that.
You know, a lot of man, check this out, man.
Too big.
It's been some marriages that's been consummated in that shop. People who met their wives in that shop or met their husbands in that shop. Yeah. And it's been a lot of relationships in that shop because we had the women up front and the men in the back.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it was always like, you know, if you end up, you know, going out the door. Somebody coming in, you might see somebody you like, and so sometimes sometimes
you play matchmaker.
I did.
Yeah.
Hey man, can you? I'm like, dang man, this so high school.
Yeah.
Can you tell so and so? You know, I like her. I want to talk to her.
Yeah.
And then man, it used to be so many guys try to holler at Crystal. Oh my God.
Really? I believe it.
Man, used to be so many people trying
to married now, you know.
She is?
Yeah, I think she moved like Alabama, Arkansas.
Yes, yeah, I heard. Yeah, her mama told me she moved out of state, but
she used to be my neighbor. She lived right beside me.
She did.
Man, we should have went to the shop, man.
Nah, that chick right there, man.
Man, there's a lot of relationships because you know the woman was in there getting you know, we had the full family service. You could bring the husband, the wife, and the kids.
Yeah.
Man, I should have got a towel put on my face.
So it was a lot of.
Crystal did my hair one time. I would lean back in the chair. She was you know,
tell him.
Putting the hair care product.
Yeah, but like you know, it was a lot of but we really one thing you know. The community did respect the shop far as they want eye gaze.
And they wouldn't play loud music either.
Like if a woman came in a shop, you know, everybody wouldn't be looking her up and down, trying to make her feel uncomfortable or something like that. Yeah. Because, you know, everybody respected Freddie.
Yeah.
So, you know, they had respect for him because they knew what kind of shop he ran, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So you never did sneak a peek, did you?
Sneak a peek?
You know.
Sneak a peek at what?
No, never caught you. Well, nah, you were married.
Yeah, I was married, but you know, I wouldn't say sneak. I would look.
Oh well, yeah, that's. Just,
but you know, as a Christian, you know.
Hey man, it's hard to keep that, man. It's hard being a Christian, man.
As a Christian, you can't. You know, you try not to.
I be trying to avert my eye.
Covet. Covet. And the meaning of that word is basically have sinful desires and thoughts. You know, when you look. But you know,
I think we all need to work on it. Hey, you ain't even looking, man. You look at that.
Well, but you know, that's one of the.
That's one of the 10 Commandments, ain't it?
That's one of the temptations of the flesh. You know, we all born in sin.
Yeah, we are.
You know, that's
God gonna forgive us, ain't he?
Well, if you ask for forgiveness.
Yeah. But he know our heart though too. He know our heart and mind.
Some people don't some people don't look at it that way, you know.
Oh yeah.
But you know, when you actually follow after Christ, you know, that's one of the things he tries to work on. Yeah. He try to work on the inner thoughts and the inner man where can't nobody see.
Yeah.
Like when I first stopped cussing, I was able to stop cussing, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cold turkey.
Yeah, that was level 1.
Okay.
Level 2 was I'm walking through the house, I hit that pinky toe.
Oh Oh yeah.
Like, oh man, I gotta go. I ain't there yet, so let me work on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had to work on
Take baby steps.
controlling when pain hits to still, you know, be mindful of, okay, instead of saying, you know, GB, F this, F that, or, you know,
screw me.
Oh, I got, you know, oh Lord.
Yeah. Oh, you had to replace it.
Yes, Jesus. You know, help me. And then
the censor.
Right. And then the next level was, you know, I was like, okay, I stopped cussing.
Yeah.
I was able to stop cussing when pain hit.
Yeah.
The third level was when, you know, I see something.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, oh man, but I'm not speaking it out loud,
Yeah.
but I'm cussing inside my head.
Thinking it, yeah.
Jesus is like, oh, you think just not saying it is good enough? He said, no.
In the mind.
You got that inner man too. He said, yeah. He said, I'm there too.
I just thought of some words in my head.
But he like, you know, I'm there.
I didn't mean them though.
Well, you know, but you know, at the same time, you know, that's a part of your journey and growth.
Yeah.
With him, you know, he basically saying, you know, I want you to be whole and complete. You know, I don't want you to be half-stepping.
That's tough.
Yeah, but man, that's Kingston.
What's up, man?
Yeah, he still look the same. He's just older now.
Yeah.
Man, tell the people up there on the podcast.
What's up, Kingston?
What's up, dude?
What you need?
When are your best customer?
Yeah, you were.
You just saying that because you're on the podcast.
He was the first one.
Hi.
Then guess what Kingston just said?
What?
He said, nice to meet you. He don't know that I know him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
You never cut his hair.
I did cut his hair.
You did? Oh, you did one time.
I know. I was the first.
Yeah.
You was his first barber?
I was his first. Yeah. And
Haircut.
then I cut it continually.
Did you?
Yeah. But this is a secret. Freddie told me this.
Uh-oh.
The reason why
Before you say this,
go ahead.
you sure you want to?
Yeah, Freddie. Me and Freddie open book.
Okay.
Freddie like, man, you know, you remember when you was cutting Keyshawn hair and John used to be like, man, you missed my son hair. Man, you ain't doing right. He said, you know you cut his hair perfectly right. I said, what you talking about, Freddie? John did that because you had took a lot of my customers. And, you know, he had to make it seem like you weren't that good. And
Hey, I never knew that.
yeah, he said he was doing it. He was protecting me.
Oh,
So that was brother to brother looking out for brother.
dang.
Yeah. But
That's
I understood though.
Yeah.
I understood, you know. Because, you know, John eventually ended up being like, John eventually didn't let nobody cut his hair but me.
Dang. Me too, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I left Uncle Freddie.
I didn't know that. But yeah, you know, we had the luxury that, yeah, Dad cut our hair, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he used to cut my hair.
Yeah.
I don't even remember going to the barber shop, getting my hair cut one time.
Yeah, you were so young.
Yeah, I was young though. I can hardly
Yeah.
Yeah. I cut your hair I probably cut your hair probably about 10, 15 times.
Yeah. He was young.
Because that's how I knew what you were into. Like I know that you was into like video games. You didn't like if you spoke, it didn't sound like you were from Mississippi.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
never did. You still don't sound like
You had like a different accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Told that.
Very. Yeah, but you good though? You need anything?
No, I'm just no the top.
Oh yeah, I did. Well, you got in.
You remember when you cut my hair, and I had the high top?
Oh man, that was so
man.
cold, bro.
Bro, tell him you had the stairs,
Man,
bro.
I still got that phone. That
the-
picture was so cold. I still got it in my phone.
Still?
Hey, I ain't never letting that picture go.
Man,
Yeah.
the 3 steps, man.
That was
I got so many compliments.
It was a show cut
It was because you was gonna take me to what, New Orleans?
to
I'm ready to.
Atlanta to the Brown Brothers.
I'm ready to go down ball.
Bro, you remember we used to rock them high top.
Man.
Me and you.
I was the
else.
first. I was the, well, I won't say. Because, you know, that was an old style.
Yeah.
It was an old style.
But I was around
it was considered retro, like Jordan.
Yeah.
And I brought it back.
Because everybody couldn't cut that cut.
No,
True.
you couldn't.
Yeah.
Everybody couldn't cut that cut.
And you did it
That's
so
why it was
nice,
a show
man.
cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember I had the blonde?
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Kwame.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That joke was cold. See, I never did go with the stairs. I just had the regular top.
I took it there.
And then
You had the mohawk at one time, didn't you?
kinda, not really.
I used to want the mohawk. My head ain't shaped right.
Nah, he would never let me get the mohawk. It was just the top.
Okay.
Then I colored it like half, then curled it, then colored it again, then we decided to do the whole top. Then it's been that. But yeah, you used to have them stairs. I remember that. That joke was tough.
I had the cold. You put me on the poster, didn't you?
I think you did. Yeah, I remember seeing that. I
remember that, man.
But golly, how long you been cutting his hair? Like, how long did he?
Need to get back.
Shoot.
Like the first time he cut your hair?
Yeah, when did you? I even want to ask you that. I think I asked you before.
Probably in 07, 08.
What was your first impression of me?
Good question. That's a good question.
Tina.
Oh yeah, they say I looked a lot like him. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my first impression of you. And then you were introverted.
Very, very. I didn't speak unless spoken to.
So didn't.
But I had that Glock on me, you know.
Yeah, you were very introverted and you were quiet, soft-spoken.
Yeah.
Very mannerable, very respectful. Because I knew your parents.
Yeah.
And
they were strict.
Yeah. And so, yeah, my first impression of you was.
So I never gave you no trouble, huh?
No.
Yeah. That's a good thing. I got a good.
Always, because Pina was my first impression of you was Pina, because Pina had so many talents and gifts. And it seemed like, dang, Solomon got some of the same talents and gifts that Pina got.
So do.
So,
I hadn't seen him in 3 years.
Yeah.
And my cousin, Jamarlin, he brought him up to the hotel the other day.
For real?
Yeah, man.
I ran into Jamarla mama at the airport.
Yeah, she worked. Yeah. Yeah.
And dang, what was I finna say? Pina.
Yeah.
Check this out, y'all.
Yeah.
He put me on Bitcoin before Bitcoin got out.
Yeah. He did all of it.
Like what,
Did that too.
2012?
All I was doing was playing video games to earn Bitcoin.
Yeah.
What, he showed you the video game?
He showed me how to go online,
Yeah.
play these video games, and soon whatever you do good, it was like collecting Bitcoin was like collecting coins from Mario Brothers.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the more coins you collected and the more wins you got and the next levels you went to, the more Bitcoin you got. And he was like, that's actual money that you're gonna be able to use in the future. And I just forgot that account. So ain't no telling how much Bitcoin money I get.
God. Oh man, you probably loaded, man. Cause that's when it first.
Man,
One Bitcoin is worth what, $1 million, ain't it?
It's up there, man.
Dang.
Yeah.
Ain't no telling how much.
He brought it to us when it was like a penny or something, wasn't it? Or something like that.
They like 70,000 a Bitcoin.
Yeah, he brought it when it was nothing.
And it's steady going up.
Back then, when Peanut brought it up, it was nothing.
Yep.
Like literally nothing.
Yep.
A lot of people thought he was crazy when he was talking about it.
He also told me about
the reflective.
the climate change. He told me that the atmosphere and the climate is gonna get so hot that you're not gonna be able to wear cotton clothes anymore. You're gonna have to wear UV clothes. And I was just, I just listened to Pina.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to disrespect him by, just by shrugging him off.
Right.
And so, me and my family go on vacation to the Bahamas, and we stop in Key West.
Yeah.
And we go shopping, and I'm looking for some clothes. I go into the store.
Yeah.
They ain't got nothing but UV clothes.
Man.
Because the climate in Key West was like, almost like 20 degrees. Like if it's 100 here, it's going to be 120 there.
God.
So I walk into the door like, dang, man, Pina, man, know what he talking about.
he on point, man.
You know what he talking about.
He on point. He told us about a lot of stuff back in the day.
Man, y'all might see him, might see somebody riding a bike or walking the street, But man, the knowledge that he has
Mm-hmm.
and the things that he can see
Yeah.
that can't nobody else see.
Nah, he homeless, He been living in a tent for like the past 3 years.
Yeah, I ain't seen him since 21.
Dang.
So that what 4 years? Just about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ain't seen him since.
I heard he in Tupelo.
Yeah, he in Tupelo.
Yeah, he went to Tupelo and stuff. But yeah, you remember that story you got tackled.
I seen
Pino.
what's the name in Tupelo? And I was so sad, bro.
Who?
Somebody we know?
Gabe, little brother.
Devontae. You know he in prison now.
Yeah.
He gone for like 6 years.
Or was it robbery or B&E?
He shot up the neighborhood.
Oh,
Man,
I think he had
last
a AK-47.
last time I seen Devontae
how you get that?
was in Tupelo at Subway.
He was begging for money, wasn't he?
And I knew he was on crack.
Oh yeah, he cracked out. Yeah.
And I gave him everything in my pocket.
Man.
Because I seen him when I pulled up in the parking lot. I saw him,
Yeah.
but I didn't know it was him.
Dang.
And I knew that guy was gonna rob that Subway.
Dang.
Man.
And when I got ready to walk up to the door,
Yeah.
he was getting ready to go in, and I was like, and I knew who he was.
Yeah.
So I called his name, and he stopped dead in the track, turned around, and he was like, "Oh man, Ed."
He remembered you.
Because he liked my baby sister.
Yeah.
And, I remember when he stayed with Freddie.
Yeah.
And Freddie was working with me. He broke into the shop and
Yeah.
did all that. And I was just talking to him. I just looked at him, and I was just like, I looked at his hand.
Yeah.
He had them burn marks on his fingers.
Yep.
On the pipe.
Yeah.
I looked at his lip. He had that burn mark on his lip from smoking it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, he's like, man, you got any money? I was like, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I just gave him everything I had.
Man.
Bro. And that broke me, bro.
Yeah.
That broke my heart.
Yeah.
Man.
He been going through it, man, for years.
But the reason why I understood him was because, me and my siblings could have either been the same way because his mom had mental issues.
Yeah. I'm married.
And so he reminded me of when he going through some stuff and he be telling Freddie about what he was going through.
Yeah.
I could relate because my mama was a schizophrenic. And so I know the trials and tribulations that come with that. And how if you're left alone to be raised by a schizophrenic,
Yeah.
your outcome is very dim.
Yeah.
It's dim.
Very.
I mean, to even live a normal life is almost impossible.
Dang. Cause they was smoking cigarettes when they were like 5.
Dang.
Yeah. Him and his sister and Gabriel.
Because your mom, she's so busy fighting demons,
Yeah.
and they're trying to destroy her, and they're trying to destroy her children through her. And then if they can't destroy them, that spirit just passes down to them.
Man.
And you could try your best to fight it off with all you got.
Yeah.
But it's like you can't be around somebody who's smoking and not smell like smoke.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
It's gonna get in your clothes.
Yeah. And the same way with that mental illness, you could try and say, I'm not gonna do this, I'm not gonna do that. Or I don't wanna be like Mama O'Hare, I don't wanna be like, I'm not gonna do this and I'm not gonna do that. But in some ways, no matter how hard you fight,
It rub off on you.
it's gonna rub off on you some way. And the only way that I was able to see some of my mother traits in me that rubbed off on me was the word of God the word of God showed me. It was like a mirror.
Yeah.
So it showed me the things that had rubbed off on me and God showed me this is how we're gonna fix it.
Man.
It's a process.
Yeah.
You know, it's a continued process. You know, and I'm not ashamed to say this. I believe that I would suffer from mental illness and everybody could see it if I hadn't accepted God into my life. And I haven't, if I wouldn't have had dedicated and committed my life to God. To me, it keeps those demons far from me.
Right.
And
It's like a shield of protection.
yes.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. And you know, I see it, I see trace of it in my sisters.
Really? Yeah.
But when you have it, you can never see it.
No, sure can't.
You know,
No.
people be telling you, you know, this, that, or you might need,
Yeah.
you might need to take some medication for this, that. For what?
You think
Yeah.
you know him?
You think
ain't
it?
ain't nothing wrong with me.
Yeah. Because you've been living like that your whole life.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, or it has to take somebody that you really, really love
Yeah.
to see something in you, and you trust them enough to believe what they saw.
Right.
And if you accept and receive what they said, you be like, wow, really? You know, and you begin to, you know, try to seek out and search ways to correct the problem.
Yeah.
But, you know, they say it's a generational curse.
Yeah. It passed down. Yeah.
And, you know, my grandmother was institutionalized for 20 years.
Dang.
My mom, she was paranoid schizophrenic.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously those traits had to show in her kids.
Yeah.
And I believe that's why God removed me from my mother when I were in high school to go live with those white people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
To protect me from that.
Yeah.
But
Because if you would have stayed, no telling what you would have
happened,
been.
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, when I had to fight my mom, one day I had to fight my mom just to go to school. She wouldn't let me go to school.
Dang.
You know, I had to, like, Mom, no, I gotta go. She like, not today.
Oh, man. I know that was rough, man.
She had kept me up. I was up all night till
Yeah.
about 4 o'clock in the morning, trying to help her find something that she misplaced. So we tore the whole house up.
Man.
And then when it's time for me to go to school, she's like, no, we ain't finished yet.
Oh, man.
And then I was like, Mom, I gotta go.
Yeah.
And my mama got that broom. Wop, wop, wop. The broom broke.
Yeah.
Like, ain't got nothing else to beat me with now.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, man, when I looked at Devontae, I was so glad that Freddie had stepped up to the plate, because, you know, we had people step up to the plate to try to help us.
Yeah.
You know, we got taken away from my mom. They were gonna take us away.
So the
from
foster home.
Yeah, so my mom knew that we had when we was little, probably around 5 or 6, we weren't going. I'm gonna say about 6 or 7, we weren't going to school, and so the social services came for my mom.
Oh,
And they were
man.
gonna take us away.
Yeah.
So we get on the first thing smoking in California
Yeah.
to go out there and stay with her sister. So we went out there for about a year, stayed out there.
In Cali.
We stayed in Inglewood.
Oh, man.
Then an earthquake hit.
Dang.
Dang.
My mom, we got first thing smoking back to Detroit. As soon as we got back, they was waiting on us.
Dang.
And so they took us from her. And that was one of the hardest things in my life. I still like, I'll never forget that day.
Oh, yeah.
So if you like 8 or 9 years old,
Yeah.
you in the back of the station wagon with your mom.
Yeah.
You back in the back of the station wagon with your mom, your brother, and your sister.
Right.
And they literally pull you
Away.
away from your mom and go put you in the house with strangers.
Oh, man.
People you don't even know.
That's a nightmare.
And you know, that was
Anything
so
could have happened.
Man, that was so traumatizing.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I bet.
man.
That was so
You'll never
traumatizing,
forget
bro.
that.
I'm telling you, I mean, we were kicking and screaming like, we ain't going.
Yeah, yeah.
And my mom, she freaking out, she crying,
Yeah.
and that's what really started the spiral.
Yeah.
Because after that happened,
Uh-huh.
she had a nervous breakdown.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She had a nervous breakdown, and she was never the same after that.
Dang.
Yeah.
Man, for you to still be in your right mind, God kept you.
Heck yeah, bro. Look,
He protected your mind.
look. One thing when we first went to the first foster home we went to this infamous inspector named Mr. Rice. He was the inspector of all of Detroit, of the police department.
But he was horrible.
No, he wasn't actually horrible.
Yeah.
He was all right.
Oh, he's okay.
He was he was the Detroit inspector, and his wife, she was a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a 3-story house. They had a mansion. They had a ballroom.
Man.
They 16-year-old daughter for her sweet 16th birthday.
Yeah.
They had a Michael Jackson impersonator come and perform. And they had 2 twin boys that were playing football. And
they had it made.
Yeah, and then they had 2 other foster kids. Yeah. One of the foster kids they were brother and sister. Uh-huh. And the sister, I used to take her in the closet and hunch on her. Just manage.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And one day, my brother tried it. And when my brother tried it, guess who walks in the room?
The man.
Mr. Rice. What Allen and Cinnamon at?
Her name was Cinnamon.
So, I guess he heard something. He looks in the closet, and my brother hunching down.
Dang.
So he gets very upset. And you know with foster kids, you can't whoop them.
Oh, yeah.
So he pulls Allen outside of the room.
Yeah.
And he started whooping my brother. But he whooping my brother by the stairs. And so my brother yanked his arm.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want Mr. Rice holding him and whooping him.
Yeah.
So my brother yanks his arm, and then he falls down the stairs.
Oh, shoot.
We had to go visit the social worker every month. And she questioned us, and she wanted to update. So once my brother told them that Mr. Rice whipped him and he fell down, he threw him down the stairs. That's what my brother said. He threw me down the stairs.
Oh, see.
So they took us out to foster home, put us in a boys' home called St. Francis Home for Boys. So we stayed. It was like staying in the YMCA.
Okay.
But when we stayed with Mr. and Mrs. Rice, I cried every night. Yeah. I missed my mom.
Right.
And my brother sung me to sleep every night.
Man.
He sung me all day, all night. All day, all night. The angels watching over me and my brother. Yeah. And he sung me, yes, Jesus loves me.
Really?
And he sung one more other song that I can't bring to remembrance. But my brother sung, I cried every single night, and he would sing me to sleep. But when we got into St. Francis Home for Boys, he grabbed me.
Yeah.
He said, Edward, you can't do that up in here. I said, do what? He said, ain't no more crying. Yeah. I said, why? He said, because if you boys see any sign of weakness, they gonna get you. So I said, okay. Yeah. And I didn't cry no more. But guess what he did?
What?
This is my brother.
Yeah.
You know what my brother did? That very first night, he cried like I ain't never heard him cry before.
He was letting it all out, huh?
And you know why? Because he wanted whoever was gonna come after me to come to him first.
Man.
So he could set him straight.
Man.
And let you know, even though I'm crying, I ain't no punk.
Right.
And so that was just my brother.
Yeah, he was different.
He was very protective of his family.
Yeah.
And so after we stayed at St. Francis Home for Boys for a year, my auntie, she got custody of us, and we were able to go live with my auntie and my cousins.
Okay.
And so that was kind of better because we were staying with family.
Right.
Temporarily until my mom did what the social service required her to do to get us back. Okay. And she fought until she got us back.
Man, she got y'all back.
Man.
She did what was required of her.
But when y'all got back with her, how was that?
When we got back with her,
Cause this seemed like this is span of some years.
Yeah,
Right?
it had to.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I like, I won't say I like, but our life is documented.
Yeah, you got
It's documented
It's in the file.
It's documented through files, and it's documented through the news.
Yeah.
And like, I know when my brother got killed,
Oh, that was in the paper. I bet all that.
that was national. It was in U.S. Today, New York Times. It went national. It was on Montel Williams' show. One of the survivors was on the Montel Williams show. She told what happened when my brother came in, and when it hit the papers, what the paper did, they did investigative reporting.
Okay.
So when they reported on my brother's death, they also wanted to find answers.
Right.
So they went back over our history, and they went back to where when we first got taken away, what my mom was dealing with, paranoid schizophrenic. Her mother was one.
Right.
My brother was selling dope at the time. He had a car wash and a car lot. He was trying to transition from selling dope because of a promise that was made to my grandmother that he would stop, and he was trying to transition.
Right.
And the thing, there really wasn't people try to sometimes when I tell people about my life, they give me that look like, yeah, that didn't happen.
No, I believe everything you're saying. I know it's the truth.
I'm not saying you.
Oh yeah.
Just
But
other people, yeah.
in general, one of the people who went and did some research for themselves was Bean. Because I guess my story, my life was unbelievable to him.
Yeah.
So I guess he went to Google, and he had to find some stuff out.
Yeah.
But when I tell people about my life story and about what happened to me, a lot of the stuff that I went through in life is documented.
Yeah.
And you could go and look up these newspapers, Detroit News, Detroit Free Press, USA Today, New York Times, and you could see what was written about us by the investigative reporters who not only covered the story of my brother killing those people, but they investigated his past. And you can't investigate my brother's past without looking at me.
Yeah.
Because me and my brother was always together.
Yeah, y'all connected, yeah.
Like, they didn't separate us from, they separated, me and my brother was in the foster home together, but my sister went somewhere else where she got mentally abused.
Oh.
She got starved.
Oh, man, that's like one of the worst.
So they took her out of that foster home. But coming from somebody who has mental issues, when you're going through a situation like that, you probably won't have no problems until something triggers it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And that triggered my sister.
Oh.
Yeah, at a very young age.
Yeah.
But she was smart as a whip, she could have graduated
Yeah.
when she was like 13.
Oh, she was real smart, yeah.
Yeah, but she couldn't cross the street though.
Dang.
She had no common sense.
Oh.
She couldn't cross the street, bro. She had no common sense, man.
Yeah.
So, if you don't mind sharing it, because I don't know the full detail, but you said your brother shot people, and
He shot I think 6 people, killed 3, something like that. But
Can you just give us
I'm gonna expound on that.
on the date?
This is what happened. My brother was like a patriarch of our family at the age of 21.
Dang, he's so young.
He was his nickname was Man. You know why his nickname was Man? Because he was always a man before his time.
Right.
So they called him Man.
Yeah.
And so my brother had wisdom beyond his years. Like I said, he was talented in everything. He could draw out this world. He had a drawing of Bruce Lee that went to New York, that won competitions in Michigan, but ended up going to New York. He got the key to the city and a watch.
Man.
But it wasn't nothing he couldn't do.
Yeah.
He got bet one time $1,000 when $1,000 was probably $5,000.
Back
That
then.
he couldn't jump over my head. He couldn't jump over my cousin's head while I had my cousin on my shoulders.
Yeah.
He couldn't leapfrog.
Yeah.
He had to run and jump.
Yeah.
And so you had all the dope dealers outside
Yeah.
placing wagers
Man.
against him. There was no way possible that could be done.
Yeah.
I had some kind of doubt.
Yeah.
I knew he could probably do it, but I thought maybe he was gonna skeeve my cousin's head.
Uh-huh.
Man, my brother did it, bro.
Man.
But that's just all the talents and gifts that he had.
Yeah.
But my grandmother had passed, and my brother was telling everybody in the family, grandma gone, what y'all want to live for?
Yeah.
But, didn't nobody really know what he was going through, because him and my grandmother was like this.
Yeah.
Like everybody in the family came to him, but he went to her.
Oh, okay.
So when she passed, it hit him hard.
Yeah.
And so he was telling everybody, but everybody, he was the strong one.
Yeah.
He was the one who fixed all the problems. He was the one who you confided in and went to, this, that, and the other.
So you wouldn't expect him to,
Right. So we wouldn't expect nothing wrong with him.
Yeah.
So a couple months later, passed. My brother called me. He like, Edward, I love you.
Yeah,
what?
That's strange.
I'm like, man, what made you say that?
Yeah.
He like, man, I just want to let you know I love you.
Man.
I said, yeah, but that's a word not spoken. That's a word not said. We show you better than we could tell you.
Right.
We show love by action, but we don't speak it. Because, where we come from, showing love is a sign of weakness. Especially saying it.
Yeah.
So, called me a couple weeks later. Edward, I love you. Like, come on, man, tell me what's wrong, bro.
Yeah.
Something going on.
Yeah.
You telling me you love me, but I wasn't in my right mind either, because at the time I was smoking dope and drinking Alizé and Hennessy and Cristal.
Oh, you were getting lit.
I'm trying to get it in with everything I see.
Yeah.
So, my brother got a call. My uncle said, as soon as he got off the phone, he went in the bedroom, got the 12 gauge shotgun, and ran down the street. Mind you, now, car sitting outside, 2 cars sitting outside.
Yeah.
Run down the street, run up 1 block.
Yeah.
Got halfway up the 2nd block, it was a school. Saw a teacher or somebody getting out of the car, blew their head off, jumped into the vehicle, rolled up another block to Comerica Bank, went inside the bank, shot the first guy he saw behind a
counter.
A teller.
Yeah.
And then made everybody repeat after him. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down and green. No, it wasn't that one. It was the Lord's Prayer. Our Father,
which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come,
thy will be done
on earth
as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Lead us not to
forgive us of our trespasses.
I always mess up on that part.
I just messed up. I
When we trespass against us or something like that.
Yeah, forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Yeah.
Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And the odd thing about that is,
we say that every night.
We used to say that before. We used to say it in the locker room.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Before we went out and played.
Really?
Yeah, we used to say it in the locker room. But I didn't know. I used to be like,
yeah.
We did.
I used to do that with the when you salute to the flag every morning, they gonna make us say it. Yeah.
Because there's so many people saying it, you don't know if I'm saying it or not.
You just go along with it.
We sure had that,
But that was one thing our coaches did. Playing football and basketball, they made us recite the Lord's Prayer before we
hit the court.
Play.
Yeah.
They drilled it in us.
After he said the Lord's Prayer a couple of times, he started going around the individuals asking them to say the Lord's Prayer, and the ones who didn't know it, he killed them.
Oh man.
And
Dang.
one of the people that was in the bank was so scared.
Yeah.
They went and hid in the basement. The black woman who was on my Ted Williams show.
Yeah.
She went in and hid in the basement for a couple of days before they found her down there.
Dang.
That's how scared she was.
Man.
But when my brother came out of the bank, he didn't have no more bullets or nothing left.
Yeah.
But he still held his shotgun up at the police, and they unloaded 200 rounds.
Oh man.
He was still alive.
Still?
Somebody had to walk up to him and kill him.
Man. But you said when they showed the footage, you said his eyes was all the way black.
Yeah, his eyes was pitch black.
Wow.
Man.
I knew that was my brother.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when they showed the news footage of him walking through the bank,
Yeah.
I knew that wasn't him.
Yeah.
It wasn't him. But after that happened, you know, I was in disbelief.
Oh yeah.
I went into shock, and y'all gotta understand, me and my brother had a relationship to where I have not seen a relationship like ours.
Still to this day.
I was his shadow.
Man.
I mean, I love my brother. My brother probably beat me up every day till I turned 16. But
Yeah.
he was doing it. He the reason why he told me he used to be so rough and hard on me because he thought I was gonna grow up to be like my uncle who was a crackhead. Because I looked like him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not because I showed any character traits.
Because he looked
Because
like
I looked like him.
Yeah.
And when that happened, I went to my grandmother's house, and it was all these news cameras and vans out there, and I walked up, and they put a microphone in my face and said, "Have you heard? Have you heard?" They confirmed it. It was Alan Griffin. And as soon as they did that, I turned right back around, and they filming me. Going down the street. I'm mad. I'm kicking over every garbage can I see.
Yeah.
Just angry.
Yeah.
So I get back to my friend's house. I'm crying, and I know my brother dead, and I want to be with my brother.
Yeah.
So I calls my cousin, because I know my cousin got some guns.
Yeah.
And I call my cousin, and I tell my cousin, you know, I need a gun because, you know, I might need it for protection or, you know, this, that, and the other. But my intent was to kill myself so I could be with my brother.
Man.
Like, I didn't want to be left alone in this world without him.
Yeah.
And when he died, you know, I wanted to die too. And it was leading up to the day I was supposed to do it. All of a sudden, something came back to my remembrance. Me and my brother was probably about 10. He was probably 11, and I was 9 years old. I walked in the house. He grabbed me. He shoves me into the corner.
Yeah.
He's like, "Edward, you think you're a good person, don't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty nice. I'm pretty good."
Yeah.
He's like, "No, that don't mean nothing." I'm like, "What you mean?" He's like, "You still going to hell? You still going to hell?" I'm like, "Why?" He said, "Because you got to get baptized." I'm like, "What is that?"
Oh yeah, you didn't know.
And he's like, "We're going to get baptized together when we get older." He said, "But I want you to know this."
Yeah.
He said, "Don't never, ever kill yourself." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because as soon as you hit that ground, you're going to keep on going down." And that popped up into my remembrance.
And you had remembered all that time.
Wow.
No, it didn't register.
It didn't register at the time, but when that time he thought about
Killing
ending
himself,
it, that came
it
up.
came up.
Man, them words stuck with you, man.
And so I still was going to go through with it.
Man.
Because I'm like, ain't nothing finna separate me from you.
Man.
And so I'm still getting ready to do it. And next thing you know, I had a personal encounter
With the Lord? Man.
It was in the voice of a woman, and it was still and it was soft.
Yeah.
But the thing was, she touched me on my shoulder.
Oh, man.
And she whispered. She
Yeah.
touched me on the shoulder and whispered in my ear so I could feel her breath on me. And so I turned around
Yeah.
and wasn't nobody there.
Oh man.
Nobody was there.
Wow.
And so after that, I went to my brother's house. I went in his bedroom. I was looking through his stuff, and I found a letter that he left saying, "I love y'all. Jesus live on."
Man.
And I also found a baptism certificate. He didn't get baptized without me.
Oh, he didn't even let you know, man.
And then I found the Bible. And on the Bible, it had
Basic instructions before leaving Earth.
BIBLE. And under BIBLE, he had basic instructions before leaving
And
Earth.
I remember that because you told me that.
Wow.
That's where I got that from.
And I opened it up and I seen where he was writing in the Bible and he had highlighted spaces and he was studying it. And the more I followed his footsteps and to see what he was reading and what he was doing, the more I got engulfed and couldn't get out of the Word of God. I was in the Word of God for like 5 days straight and had read almost 3/4 of the Bible because it was just like,
It pulled you in.
yes. And it was like, if we would have known these things
Right.
before,
Yeah.
our family wouldn't be in the situation that it's in now.
That's the truth.
And so I was hooked
Yeah.
and couldn't get out of it. And it was just like I was hungry and I was thirsty and I just couldn't get enough. And my brother had a wife and probably about 4 or 5 girlfriends that all knew about each other.
Man. Oh, he's bad too.
So
Dang.
his girlfriend that got him saved got me saved. She took me to get baptized.
Man.
And she took me to her church where I confessed and I believed that Jesus Christ had died and rose from the grave and is sitting at the right hand of the throne of God.
Yep.
And she said, you got to believe in your heart and confess it with your mouth. And I believed it in my heart and I confessed it in my mouth. She said, now you saved.
Man.
And she took me, the old women that were there took me into a closet. This is old school.
Yeah.
They don't do this anymore.
No, they don't. They don't do that.
They
no
took me in this closet and they made me Terry.
Man.
That all happened in 1997. March around my brother got killed March 11th, 1997.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 years after I was born.
And after he got killed, you thought it was over with, right? 2 months straight, 3 or 4 news medias is sitting outside of our house. They would not leave us alone. They would not let me take his son to the park.
Wow.
They would not let us go anywhere without following us and questioning us and asking us about what happened. Why did Alan do what he did?
They're trying to figure out the motive behind it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we couldn't give them any answers.
Y'all really didn't know, yeah.
We didn't know. So it was just like, my uncle was like, they're not gonna leave us alone. They harassing everybody at Allen businesses. Your auntie got fired from her job because they asked her was she related to him, and she said, yes, that's my nephew.
Yeah.
So they let her go.
Oh, man.
But
That's so petty.
everybody that was connected to my brother
Yeah.
was going through, like, we just wanted to mourn.
Yeah. They wouldn't even let y'all do that, man.
So my uncle like, we gotta go to Mississippi.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have came down here except before my father got killed. He asked my mom for permission when I was 16, my brother was 17.
Yeah.
He asked my mom for permission to move us down to Mississippi.
Yeah.
And he got killed shortly afterwards.
Oh, man.
So when my uncle said we finna move to Mississippi, that came back up what my father intended to do.
Yeah.
Get
So
you
that's
out of
the,
there.
that's the only, and I said, if I don't leave, I'm gonna end up dead or in prison for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So that would be a wise choice to make. So,
But why Mississippi specifically, though?
cause that's where my family, this is where my
Oh,
family
well, you're,
from.
oh, okay. Gotcha.
So
yeah.
I just left. No, everybody, I got friends that's mad, people that really, really loved and cared about me. and was concerned about me.
Yeah.
Very angry with me because
You left them.
they didn't know where I went.
Dang.
Oh yeah.
You ain't tell him.
But I was going through so much
Yeah.
myself.
They should understand that.
Well, they should,
Yeah.
but I had, you know, I had just lost my brother,
Yeah.
contemplated suicide,
Mm-hmm.
gave my life to God,
Mm-hmm.
and now I'm headed to Mississippi to help raise his son.
Man.
So it was a lot. It was a lot just happening all at one time.
Yeah.
And I left people I love, you know. I was staying with a friend at the time. My girlfriend, she probably don't know why the girlfriend that I had for a couple years, she probably don't know where I'm at today.
Man.
So, you know, it was just like, man, you got a choice to make.
You left everything you knew.
Stay here and die, or move or live and move.
Man.
And I wanted to live.
So where's his son now?
He is in Nettleton.
Well, he grown now.
Yeah, he grown now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of rebelled. He rebelled when he turned 16.
Really?
Yeah, once he found out that, you know, he could tell people no,
Yeah.
and I don't want to.
Uh-huh.
He did that all the way. No, I ain't going to school. No, I ain't going to church. I mean, he just like,
Yeah.
Dang.
And I don't think he really recovered since.
Dang, to this day.
No, he just decided, you know, nope, I do what I want to do.
Dang.
So,
Yeah, it's
And you been down here ever since?
ever since. Huh?
yeah. After my second year down here,
Yeah.
I was homesick for 2 years.
For 2 years.
And the only reason why I stayed was because I was trying to be obedient to God.
Yeah.
And after the second year, I went back home. And man,
What was it like when you went back, man?
wet, slushy, dirty, dark, dim,
Oh.
trouble everywhere.
Oh, you were seeing it for what it really was.
Yeah.
Because you had been away from
It's
it.
so peaceful down here, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Night and day, huh?
My wife used to always ask me, why you always look out the window? I said, because it looked like a Hallmark card.
Yeah. It
Look at all
do.
this beautiful land,
It is
trees.
beautiful, though.
And I'm like, and look at the mountains and the hills.
Yeah.
Like, this is like,
And we take that for granted.
We do.
Yeah, 'cause y'all
we been in
raised
it.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, and she like, why you just be staring? I was like, I just be admiring God's awesome wonder and grace. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't get to see this where I come from.
Right.
Yeah.
And I also had to make mental adjustments because I was so used to hearing gunshots,
Oh, yeah.
police cars,
Yeah.
ambulances,
Yeah. You don't hear that around here like
boom,
that.
boom, 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 boom. You know, just
Yeah.
noise everywhere.
Yeah.
Come down here,
Yeah.
everything pitch black, no street lights.
Yeah.
Quiet.
You hear crickets and
You hear that
sound.
And frog.
Yeah.
I know that thing. Going from the city.
Bruh, I was like, you know what reminded me of how and what I was going through?
What?
Superman.
Oh, yeah,
When General
Zod. Yeah.
had to come to Earth and make adjustments
Yeah.
before he could like really.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, that was me. That was me, bro. I had to make some serious mental adjustments because of the peace.
The peace. You couldn't take the peace.
I had to adjust to the peace.
Golly. Man, you was messed up, man.
I had to make adjustments.
That's what I said. I just told somebody that
Ain't nothing like peace of mind, ain't it?
yeah, ain't nothing like it. This
So
morning, I was getting my tire fixed. I said, man, he was asking me, you in a big city yet? I said, man, you know I love it here. I don't care for them big cities.
Shoot, me neither, man.
I don't care for them.
You can't get me to go to
I do not care about no big
They
city.
paid you $1 million.
Man,
Nah,
Is
I'd
it
rather
worse-
live.
Is it worse my sanity and my mind?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather
It's
even
a
if you,
compromise.
Yeah.
It's a major compromise into your sanity. No,
Yeah.
keep it. If I know that my mind gonna revert back to the way it was because of the just rah of the city,
The atmosphere,
You don't want that.
I don't want that.
the cacophony.
I'm adjusted.
Yeah,
I got more years in the South than I do in the North.
man.
Yep. So yeah.
And I believe, you live longer because you came down here. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You would never got old if
No,
you would have stayed up
no,
there.
nah.
And if you did get old, you would have been.
Woo.
You wouldn't look like how you look now.
I'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
I would have been in trouble, bro.
You'd be so wrinkled, probably.
Man, drinking, smoking. I couldn't see the end of that.
Oh yeah.
I was ingratiated into the culture.
Dang, man.
Thug life, y'all know the rules. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Dang.
Stay true.
I never would have met you either.
Nope.
So you so
I'm so glad I met you, man. Man, I'm glad you changed.
But yeah, that was the pivot to my life. The pivot to my life was when my brother got killed. It changed. It flipped my world upside down.
Man.
Yeah.
And Jesus,
You need to write a book, man.
Jesus came in, and he said, "I'm gonna be to you more than a brother than your brother was."
Dang.
And I had to give him a chance.
Yeah.
I had to give him a chance. That was the main thing. You know, being so angry, so mad, so, you know, F the world.
Yeah, mad at the whole world, man.
You know, now you wanna be you wanna introduce yourself to me. I don't wanna know nobody.
Yeah.
You know, just let me be.
Man, come from where you came from, man.
Yeah. I mean,
Man.
I tell you what. I mean, you know, now that story will never die, cause you got this now.
That's what's up.
We got this on film, man.
That's
See,
why
you always just be talking about it with me in secret.
In secret.
When nobody can hear
In
it.
the barbershop.
In the barbershop. Just in between them four walls, man.
And then we had segments. It wasn't just, you know, the whole story.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, we want to hope. Now,
Yeah.
well, it's a couple story. We can't talk about it.
It's a couple stories that.
I'm gonna just say it.
Well,
I'm gonna say this one word.
well, that was
You
my
gonna know-
past though.
You gonna know exactly what I mean when I say it.
What?
All fours.
You said what?
All fours.
All fours.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't think we can talk about that story. That's X-rated.
yeah. That was. But that was, you know, just that was me going through adolescence.
Yeah.
You know, when I see the movie with what is it called? Straight Outta Compton.
Yeah.
I ain't never watched it yet.
Really?
When I see how they came up, Eazy-E and all of them.
Yeah.
That remind me of me and my crew.
That's how y'all were living. Like that? I'm about to watch that movie, man.
We were living like that, but not on that scale.
Okay.
But it was a point in time we did because I had a couple friends that came into millions.
Really?
So it was like we had access. Now that we had access,
Yeah. You didn't never tell me that.
I told you about, I had a homeboy named Ryan. His dad sold his daughter to somebody for a hotel.
Dang.
Cause you know that's how the Arabic culture works
Oh
sometimes.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I told you about, I had a friend named Buki. His brother had got shot up because he was part of a gang, got shot up, and when he was walking out the hospital door, he fell dead because they left a bullet at him. So they awarded the family millions.
Man.
And I had another friend named Evan Jarovic. His dad was just an everyday lawnsman like Mr. Biden was.
Yeah, congrats.
But guess what?
What?
When he died, the money he left him in the insurance policy, I guess,
Yeah.
left him millions.
Whoa.
You know, so I had friends that if they had it, I had it.
Man.
But I never accepted it.
Really?
Nah, I didn't want to be one of those friends.
Shoot.
Like, you go to buy me something to eat, man, get whatever you want. Nah, I'm good, man.
You a real one, bro.
I didn't want to be one of those friends that I wanted to be the same friend I was before you got money.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be truthful, man. I'm scared of money.
I am too.
Do you get what I'm saying?
You know why?
Why?
Your uncle showed me.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Freddie.
Yeah. A lot of people, you know, I want to.
The love of money is the root of all.
That's
not
that's
the money itself.
Exactly. But you know, I was talking to somebody, and of course I want to make a lot of money, but I cut it off at one point. Like I want to go too much,
Right.
because you don't know. Like, of course I can say, yeah, I'm gonna do this and do that, but you don't know until you get it.
Right. You
You do not know.
You don't know what it's gonna do.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Do to you.
Do you?
And
You don't.
one time I was bringing in a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. And my wife was like, "You changing."
See, yeah.
Dang.
Slowly, you just start. Yep.
You was turning into something else, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. And I said, I always, this is what I told God. I confessed it out of my mouth. I said, God, if money gonna make me somebody that I don't like,
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Yeah.
It's
If
a,
money gonna make me like a few people who I know who had money was, I didn't want it
yeah.
Right.
because I didn't want to be what they were because they had money.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
You know, I didn't want to be out of touch. I didn't want to be no snob. I didn't want to look down on people.
Right.
I didn't want to be this arrogant
Yeah.
prick.
Not
Yeah.
humbled at all. and
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't want to be that.
Yeah.
And so I like, if I'm gonna be like that, you know, please don't bless me.
Yeah. Don't play. Yeah. That's right.
I don't need it. I rather I do it. I do with the necessities that I need.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, that's like, well, now that's why, you know, I always been I have goals for it. I make sure I set it in stone. So if it ever do come, I'm working towards that still.
Right.
It's not like, oh, I got money, what I'm finna do.
Right.
Now I get to play it. No.
Right.
It's still stuff I gotta do
Right.
first to get right.
Like that.
So-
And that's a great mentality to have.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You got to.
Let me see my shirt coming up.
But yeah, you gotta have that, because you get all, next thing you know, you get, like right now, you get $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you're gonna try to pay off everything, but then what's next?
Right.
What's next?
You get 10 million, I'm paying you a visit.
But you know, money has its way of changing people. That's what they
It does.
say.
It
You
does.
know. You know, look at all our black heroes that we thought were on the up and up. And we get a peek behind the scenes into their real life. And we see what money has done to them.
Yeah,
It messes them up.
yeah,
So
They do some crazy stuff.
yeah.
you know, and then it's one thing that I've learned while working in the shop, and this is now that I'm up in age, and we've been in the shop and we see a young athlete. Let's say, for instance, we see Keyshawn.
Yeah.
He go to the draft. He get a $40 million signing bonus, and that's just the signing bonus. That's not including the endorsements.
Yeah.
That's not include, some more stuff. And so we see him get blessed, and he out there, he doing his thing. We so proud, woo, 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 woo.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, Keyshawn Bynum arrested
Yep.
for this, that, and the other.
And all that money. Yeah.
And everybody in the barbershop, man, how could he do this?
Yeah.
Man, he got all that money. He finally got out. He make a bonehead decision. I said, yeah, y'all saying that on the mountaintop now that y'all older. But what would you have done when you was 18, 19, 20,
That's
21,
right.
22 with money that your
You got-
family couldn't fathom?
You got the
Yeah.
world in your hand.
Money
Yes.
that you can't spend
Yes.
in your lifetime.
Yes. So, you got to look at it. When you was that age,
You did some dumb
what
stuff.
you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of trouble was you in?
What you was doing?
What
Yeah.
kind of mistakes did you make that you had to learn from and made you the person you are today?
Big mistake.
So don't holler from the mountaintop, because
Oh,
you know.
yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, their mistakes is amplified because they got all that.
Money, yeah.
Right.
Money.
Yeah.
right. And so, but we tend to forget where did you come from? We all came from nothing.
Yeah.
So we're not taught how to handle that kind of money.
We
At
don't,
all.
we don't have the guidance.
No.
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 Ain't no guy. Ain't no
guidance.
the only guideline the only guidance we have is probably an agent or somebody who you could probably ask a question about, but that's still, you know, being young.
Yeah.
You know, you still gonna think you know it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you still gonna think that, you know, I got a better way. So, you know, when I hear guys sometimes in the shop, you know, criticize, you know, athletes for making mistakes. Hey man, you was there too.
Yeah.
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 Dang. Yeah,
Right.
it's deep. It is deep having that much,
Heck
having
yeah.
money like that and stuff. But yeah,
It's a documentary series. What is it called? Going Broke. And it talks about all the athletes who came into that money and end up making mistakes and end up, you know, misspending money and letting their family drain their accounts and
Oh yeah.
you know, letting their agents
Accountant.
and lawyers make investments on their behalf, and you know, they getting robbed and they stealing money and they broke now, and you know, it's just a lot. You know
Look
what
at
I'm saying?
T-Pain, Fetty Wap,
yeah.
man, going through like 50 million, man.
Adrian
on bad
the
investment.
football player, running back for the Vikings, he used to play. Adrian Peterson.
He was real good. What happened to him?
He had
Still one of the
like
best.
100-something million bankrupt last year.
Ain't no way.
But he just, and they was all confused because he had just a big party at this one time, like last year.
Yeah.
And he flew everybody out to the party. They was confused, like, and he went bankrupt.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
You look at Mike Tyson.
Oh yeah, he just
You look at so many of us as black successful people who had generational wealth, how once we get in uncharted territory or we get in a situation and circumstances that we don't know nobody else our color that has ever been in, and we get there and it's just like, you know, no guidance.
Yeah.
Like, you are in a situation to where it's uncharted.
Yeah. It's hit or miss.
Yeah, for you or anybody else.
Yeah.
But you do got people like, I would say, LeBron James, raised by a single mother,
yeah, he did excellent.
did something in his own community, went back and created a charter school.
Yeah.
And he's managing his wealth to where he has become one of the first black billionaire athletes, and with the money he's accumulated, has the right people around him
Yes.
to help him, you know, be example, a role model, this, that, and the other. And and you know what? It might be some stuff that come out about him after his career over with.
Yeah.
But for the mainstay, you know,
He did a lot of good.
he
Did
did.
a whole lot.
Yeah. He did a lot of good. He actually tried and put back.
Now his son playing with him.
Yeah. He did a lot of great things. So, you know, we got a lot of athletes who can't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They always try to see the downfall.
Yeah.
This world and society, we are hooked on how did he fall.
Yep.
Not the how did he rise so
They
much.
feel like, hey, if we built you up, we could tear you down.
Yeah.
Just like when somebody died. They
Like
always
Kobe.
want, how he died? Is he dead?
But you
Right.
think that's
It's
a conspiracy,
crazy.
man?
It's crazy.
The way Kobe Bryant died, man.
No, that happens, bro.
Yeah.
See, I know this because drones and stuff. I know how pilots and stuff work.
Yeah.
It happens. Now, yeah, it was questionable why he was flying low and he flew in them clouds and stuff. That was, but no, it happens.
And
They
then,
do.
you know, Kobe being Kobe can afford to, you know, if we got to be probably 6 hours away, let's take a copter over there.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Yeah.
it'll cut the time because, you know, I don't have to travel like the regular pedestrian.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I got a helicopter at my service.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it happens though. It was just simply a pilot error. That's all it was.
Man, what you been thinking about all these planes crashing, man?
I heard somebody say they were gonna fly. Somebody said, "Uh-oh." It wasn't. It was funny, but then it wasn't.
It's a lady told me last
how
night she
he
ain't
res-
flying on no plane.
Yeah.
She said she done been flying all her life. She said she ain't never seen it like
There was
this.
a guy in the barbershop whose family was supposed to fly to Miami, but due to all those crashes within like 2-week time span,
Sure.
they decided they was gonna drive.
But
Dang.
I feel like, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like you gotta be careful though, cause the media, you know how the news is.
They gonna pounce on any little thing.
They whatever they want. Think about it. Terrorists. You remember the time we used to hear all on the news? We used to see terrorists all the time. How much do we see that now?
None.
That stuff's still happening.
COVID.
It's like it's still happening.
I think.
But I think they just want to show us what they want us to see.
You know what? This wise guy I just met. His name is
Muhammad.
Joe Orr.
Oh.
He spoke some wisdom into me on our way to Memphis to see the Grizzly game this past Friday.
Oh yeah, I seen y'all had win. Did the Grizzlies win?
They almost won.
Yeah, they lost.
They lost.
Yeah, they lost.
No.
Yeah, they let them come back from like a 11-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
They lost. But this is what he said. He said, the media sometimes is smart, and he said the political environment and the government and our president sometimes get you focused on the price of eggs while he doing this over here.
Yeah, doing the big stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So the media and everybody talking about this, that, and the other,
Right.
to get you distracted.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like they're doing, man.
Right.
Yeah.
And while this over here is happening,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, you know what? That's actually good strategy.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
Especially when you don't want nobody defying you or talking about what you're doing.
Right. Right.
The main to get everybody focused up in the uproar about this when y'all focus over y'all do how this is what we do. This is what we used to do as kids. Hey, Solomon, Keyshawn, what's that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, make it look.
Everybody look.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's the same thing. That's the same thing with politics sometimes.
But you just imagine, every year a certain amount of planes always crash.
Yeah.
They ain't talk about it last year or the year before.
Nope.
It's always a big plane gonna crash at least once.
But I just feel like that COVID thing, man, that was the strangest thing.
I think it was strange.
Never had nothing happen like that. We never had to wear masks.
Population.
Until 2020. Think about that.
It was strange.
We never wore masks until 2020.
And then
It just went away.
And then the price of, you couldn't get a mask. Where you had the price of masks. People were selling masks at $10 a pop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they made all kind of money off that.
Heck yes, but it was, it did.
The pharmaceutical.
It knocked our population down.
So, and I think they're gonna release it again. Now it's the bird flu.
But it wasn't just the same for the United States.
was all
Other
over the
countries,
They had it.
they weren't tripping like we was. They followed the rules and guidelines. We was tripping on Dr. Fauci.
We was.
Yeah.
We was going out. Oh, you can't tell me what to do. I ain't wearing a mask.
Right.
But yes, what country? I think probably China.
I caught COVID.
You did?
I don't
I was dying.
I don't think I ever did.
I think that's the second time, the sickest I ever been. The first is when I had double pneumonia.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I had that in the first grade. I almost died.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
I stayed in the hospital for about 3 weeks. My lungs were completely filled with mucus. Didn't even know it. This lady told my parents, she said, if you don't take him to the hospital today, she said, he gonna die. And sure enough, when I got there, they told me, with just in a couple hours, I was finna die.
Wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
And it's grown people that got just regular pneumonia and it killed them.
Dog.
So,
Yeah.
I feel like God gave me,
I know, yeah.
that was my second chance at life. The third time was when I had this dream, man. I don't think I never told this. Man, he showed me a vision like the world we're in. And it's like his hand was coming from heaven. And he showed people all over the whole world, like people be driving in the car. He take one soul and leave the other one.
Oh, that's like the rapture.
The rapture. He showed me people all in the church. He was just coming to get them one by one, getting their soul.
Yeah, that's the rapture.
He came to get my soul. It showed me in my house. He came down The
Out of
hand
love,
came.
hey, that's a good dream to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a wake up call, man.
Yeah.
The hand came through the ceiling, man.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it, man. He was taking my soul. I went to say, Lord, please forgive me, and I couldn't even get it out. I said, Lord, please
You know what?
and I woke up crying.
Let me tell you something that happened to me one time.
Yeah.
I was driving trucks for USG. It's a sheetrock company, and we were in training.
Yeah.
So we had it's a boom truck. It's loaded down with sheetrock, and you got a boom that comes scoop the sheetrock up and boom it up to the window. We stayed at Ole Miss in Mississippi State, booming up.
Okay.
So the guy that was training us, it's a steep corner. He on the phone, got a cigarette in his mouth, trying to light the cigarette and make the steep turn. So he doing that, but the back of the trailer catches the ditch. And he trying to pull the back of the trailer up. He trying to pull up like this to get the back, but he couldn't. So it flipped the truck, and while the truck was flipping, everything went in slow motion.
What?
Everything in slow motion. Check this out. This is what happened.
Yeah.
While the truck was going into slow motion,
Yeah.
the devil said, "Who you gonna call on now?"
Man.
And everything is slow motion,
Yeah.
like a movie.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even get Jesus out of my mouth. All I could do is answer the devil through thought. I said Jesus.
Yeah.
And as soon as I said Jesus, guess what?
What?
Everything sped back up. And Wayne, the driver of the truck,
Yeah.
he went flying through the windshield.
Oh, man.
And when he went flying through the windshield, my thing is, my homeboy Carlos right here,
Yeah.
and my thing is, it's a tank under this step, and it's a tank under that step.
Yeah.
So we finna blow.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
So soon as the truck came to a stop, man, I got out that truck, man, I'm gone. I'm looking at this tree I'm finna get behind.
Yeah.
So when the truck blow up,
Yeah.
I ain't gotta, I want
Got covered.
Yeah. Man, soon as I'm about to the tree, here go Carlos, Ed, I'm stuck, come help. I'm like, I'm still running.
Yeah.
He like, Ed, please don't leave me, I'm stuck. Help me.
Oh.
And I'm like, I gotta go get him.
Oh, man.
So
You have
I
to be a
ran
superhero.
back, had to undo his seatbelt, get his arm from stuck, pull him out the truck, and then both of us run to the tree. And by the time the police get there, man, me and Los just sitting there like,
Man.
just shocked and dazed.
Man.
Like, man, I was just like, after that,
Yeah.
I was like, y'all can have truck drivers.
Yeah. You done.
I got my CDL.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't need nothing else. Y'all can have it.
You gotta get
Yeah,
up.
bro.
That's crazy.
I'll tell you something else happened, man. This is at Papa house, man. Man. My mom seen this. The tree, before it fell, my mom said she seen the hand of God as a shadow. It showed him putting that tree down.
Really?
It showed him knocking that tree down. And it fell on my Papa house.
Now,
Just a few minutes before it happened.
you know why I believe you?
Yeah.
Because your mom said some stuff to me that she didn't know.
Whoa.
She had me write. I wrote. She had write it down.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the Lord working with my mom, man.
Man, she said some stuff
From your past.
from my past, and she called me by a nickname that she had no idea I went by.
Yeah. She so did. That happened. She
And I'm
so
like,
did.
oh my God. See, it's only a few people that I have encountered. Not a lot.
Yeah.
Nah, Vic
I would
is
say-
one of the none for sure.
Yeah.
It's probably about probably about maybe 3 or 4 people in my life that I have encountered
Yeah.
that has spoken to me about something concerning me that they had no idea. Like, how could you have known?
Yeah.
Like, you didn't know me back
Damn, right.
13, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
How could you have known that this happened?
Wow.
Or how could you have known, you know? So when they speak it to me, I know it's God sent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's just me just, you know, taking heed to whatever they saying to better my life.
Yeah.
You know, so, but it was one time in my life that now this is when I pushed back on God. I was probably about 22 years old. I was working the temp service. I was up at the Tupelo Furniture Market setting up for the displays. And this young kid, I say he was probably about 3 years younger than me. But he came up to me, he was like, "Hey man, you don't know who you are." I'm like, huh? He like, "Man, you don't know who you are. Man, God got great things planned for you. Man, you just don't know who you are in Christ. You don't know who you are, man." Man, and he's just going on and on.
Yeah.
Till the guy who hired us from tip service, he was like, "Hey, I hired you to do a job. You need to go back over there and start doing it." So he stopped.
Yeah.
Went back over there doing what he was doing. Then all of a sudden, he came back over there where I was with more intensity. And it scared the living daylights out of me, bro.
Yeah.
And
I
it was
bet.
just like,
Don't
man,
know this dude?
you know, and I was like, and the guy came back over here like, "You can go home."
Dang.
But I was so distraught. I'm like, God, you know, and that wasn't the first time. Like, I could be at a store and a white man just busts out, you know, "Edward, how you know my name?"
Yeah, that's something right there, man. Yeah, don't even.
And it got to the point, it got so bad, bruh.
Yeah.
I got so angry with God. I said, "Please, whatever this method is, it ain't working with me.
Yeah.
It's pushing me away."
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, this is freaking me out.
Yeah.
It's scaring me. If it's the calling on my life, I do not accept.
Man.
Because it was just, I just, it's hard to explain, but
It is. That's supernatural.
it was scaring me, bro.
Yeah.
And I just like, you know what? And he stopped.
Yeah.
He stopped. I'm mature to the point to now, like, all right, you can run that back.
Yeah.
You can run it back.
Man, I'll tell you what's been happening with me, man. For a while now, man. It's scary.
What's that?
Every time I look at my phone, it's on an angel number.
A what? An angel number?
It'd be like 555. This every time. I cannot be looked at my phone for about 3 hours, and I turn it on, just click it. It'd be like 333, 111, 222.
Wow.
This been happening to me for a while.
Wow. Yeah, that's you know what? My Sunday school lesson today is talking about my Sunday school lesson for next Sunday is talking about the manifestation of the Spirit.
Yeah.
And those are one of the ways that God get in touch with. I mean, it's several different ways.
Yeah, it is several.
And you know, it's talking about the manifestation of the Spirit. And I was so glad that we were on that topic because that's one thing I pray for my clients.
Right.
Especially the young people. I pray, especially in the generation and what we live in today, you know, sometimes hearing it from a pulpit don't reach as far as a personal encounter or a personal manifestation of the Spirit that can reach you personally. And because when you have that personal experience with God, nobody can take that away from you.
Nobody.
Because it's between you and Him.
Yeah.
And without a shadow of a doubt, without it's just a coincidence.
Yeah.
Or
You be thinking it
it's just happened. It's just by chance. No, God reached you in a way that no one else in this world could.
I'll tell you what else he keep doing, man. This is scary, man. I don't know if y'all experience this, but I can be watching TV or anything, and I'll say a word or even think it in my mind, and that TV be saying it right after me. This been happening to me for months, man. It's like it's haunting me, bro. Like, okay, like we talking right now. Like how you just talked about Sunday school. You say Sunday school, the TV say Sunday school right after you.
Okay.
It's like deja vu.
You know what they're gonna attribute that to?
What?
AI.
No. Check this out though.
I'm just saying you're saying that as a spiritual encounter.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But a non-believer is gonna check every box to discredit what you said.
Yeah.
But
So they're gonna attribute that to AI, your smartphone, or the intelligence of the TV. But those things can't read your thoughts.
No.
But they saying now they got AI that can.
But look though, this used to happen when we had them old box TVs on the floor.
Nah, you can't be discredited then.
I
That's,
used to-
that's why I say you're gonna have. That's why I pray for some of my clients to have personal encounters or personal manifestations with God that when they experience it,
Yeah.
it's something that first of all, it's gonna, when you have an encounter with God, it's gonna stick with you for the rest of your life.
It is.
But I pray that they have that, because once you have something like that, it changes your life.
It do.
And like I said, can't nobody take that testimony away from you.
Right.
Can't nobody discredit it, because that's something that happened and you know it happened.
I'll tell you this too. I was in my room one day. I promised to God, man. I heard a whole conversation. Like my mom was on the phone with somebody and she never did talk to him. Heard their whole conversation. 2 days later, they called, had that same whole conversation with him. The person actually called her.
That's for knowledge.
He gave me that. And then I came to her the day before he called. I said, did Fred call you? She said, Fred? Fred ain't called me. I said, really? I said, I just heard y'all talk. She said, we did. The next day, sat down. He had invited her to church. And I heard him invite her to church.
See, that's an unction.
A week before. It was a week before this happened.
That's an unction of the Spirit.
Sure did,
That's one of the gifts that.
Now that scared the crap out of me.
That's one of the gifts that the Spirit gives is foreknowledge. So.
And I know a lot of people watching this, they probably ain't gonna believe me what I'm saying. Y'all ain't gotta believe me. I know what I say.
As long as you believe
but it only
it.
happened one time.
Dang.
It ain't never
I think
happened
you
again.
told me about that story. Bruh, I remember the story you told me when y'all was at your house and y'all heard this. What exactly was going on? Y'all could see the shadow or something.
Oh,
That was scary.
I'm gonna tell you that. But one day I heard sound like my dad called my name loud as I heard Solomon. Sometimes the Lord will use a voice you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard my voice. I heard his voice. I got up. I said, Dad. My dad way outside. I went to him. I said, didn't you just call me? He said,
Dang.
That happened, bro. He said, man,
You know what? My mom, my brother, and my sister.
visit you.
I seen when I was little. I saw in the spirit.
Man. I ain't never saw no.
I saw in the spirit a lot. And
Yeah.
I didn't have no problem being a kid telling them what I saw.
Yeah.
So they always knew spiritual wise that God was there with me. And it was just up to me to dig deeper and seek God more on that. And when you seek God on spiritual gifts, sometimes it's already in you. You gotta activate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might sound like something from Star Wars
Yeah.
and the Force.
Yeah.
But that's why I love Star Wars.
Yeah. It get deep.
Because it has a parallelism with spirituality.
It do.
Because they speak to things that are not, and and it becomes, they can move objects and stuff. When you have the Force, you basically saying you have the faith to do these things. And by reading the Word of God, I also learned this, that everybody's not given the same measure of faith.
No, they're not.
Everybody ain't got the same measure. Your
Everybody
faith might be stronger than mine.
Yeah.
Keyshawn might trump 10 of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because his faith in God and his belief in God is so much stronger than ours. But I also learned that there's not a limit.
Yeah.
It ain't.
It ain't.
Even if we don't have the same measure of faith, that don't mean I can't acquire more.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it's certain situations that happen to in your life that allows you to increase your faith.
Yeah.
So if I got a little bit of faith, God, and if I ask God for more, he gonna allow me the time and space to increase it.
Yeah.
So if I, when Peter started walking on water and he sank,
Oh, yeah.
and he said, "Oh, ye of little faith," when he began to pick Peter up out the water, and Peter began to walk again, he realized that, okay, my faith, I got distracted by the storm and the wind, but because I got Jesus, I can still get back up and walk again.
Yeah.
So even though his faith failed him once, it then failed him twice.
It was increased.
Right. In that instant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because obviously he began to sink, and then when Jesus picked him back up, he began to walk again.
Yeah.
So, sometimes, our faith fails us.
It do.
I won't say fail us, or
It decreased.
what happened with him was he took his eyes off Jesus
Yeah.
and he began to sink, because as he began to walk, okay, the devil threw a monkey wrench in there. Thundering, lightning, wind blowing. Oh, I'm focused on the situation and the circumstances.
Yeah.
No, focus on the Lord. And you will never sink. But, like we was talking about earlier, sometimes it's so good to fail. I mean, who would say it's a good thing for failure?
Hey, just
But
learn.
yes.
Yeah.
Because now you can talk to somebody who's failing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can relate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And you can help them through it.
Yeah.
Yes. Just like MJ. Man, I got cut from my team.
He could have just gave up right then.
Oh man, hey. Well, MJ, what am I supposed to do? Man, I got all these talents and skills, but they cut me from the team. They said I wasn't no good. And
That ain't the end.
I'm the greatest player ever. But guess
Yeah.
what? I got cut too. I failed.
Yeah.
And that's just hard to believe that he got cut. But they didn't know what they were missing.
Exactly. But it's just sometimes,
If his shoes never would have got banned, we wouldn't have Jordans.
they wouldn't have been as popular as they was. And then when the patent leather came out, he got fined every game.
And he went and paid it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Failure sometimes isn't, people look at failure sometimes, oh, that's the end all.
No.
And
No,
it's
Not in every case. It's not. No,
it's not. It's not. It's not. We can fail sometimes. Sometimes we can, guess what? We could fail at life. We could even get locked up and go to prison. But guess what?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we needed.
Yeah.
We needed to sit. We've been running, ripping and running, going and hustling and bustling.
Yeah.
And then we get locked up and go to jail. And finally, he get to sit us down to himself. Now will you listen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It making you listen.
Yeah.
Now will you chill out? Now will you just take the time out to see?
Yeah.
You ain't got no other choice then.
Nah, you ain't, because you locked
You know
in
what
the
I'm
cell.
saying?
Yeah.
Where you gonna go?
Yeah.
No.
Unless you just deep dive into your imagination, your imaginary mind. You know what I'm saying? But nah, you stuck.
Yeah.
But sometimes that be the best thing for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes, guess what? God needed you to go through that because you were strong enough to handle it, and you were able to lead and guide other people out or lead them away from those situations, or somebody that's might be headed that way, somebody that might be in that situation, or somebody who just got out of that situation because you done went through it.
You can show them. Yeah. And see, that's how I feel, sort of. If I wouldn't have got laid off from this factory job, I never would have found the hotel. But it just fell on my mind, man. I had never tried to work in no hotel ever, man. That was the last thing on my mind. I was just gonna try to go to another factory.
Yeah, but see, that's why they say God works in mysterious ways.
He do.
Yeah.
And the people I met,
Keyshawn was a sure shot a sure shot to
Go to the NBA?
either Division II or Division I, whatever journey
Yeah.
basketball took him, I knew he was going to be around the game
Yeah.
because of his love, his passion, his dedication, his commitment. But guess what?
Guy had other plans.
Yes. And guess what? One of them is he's actually doing the work to uplift the kingdom of God because one of his interns
Yeah.
is going to use his knowledge
Yep.
and skills that he's teaching
Yeah.
somebody else
Passing
to
down.
apply it to his kingdom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, bro.
So he used,
Nah, so let me
you
tell
as
you. So let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. So I've been told that, like, man, you got a wonderful opportunity, and you should know that. So, and that person said, you know, they told me to help the next person,
Right.
no matter what.
Right.
So I'm advise you to do the same.
Right.
So from that point on, I said in my older episodes that a lady, she asked me, she said, what is your life goals? Most kids say, yeah, I'm gonna make $1 million.
Right.
I said, man, this one thing nobody really knows, but I want to help people. And I meant that when I said it.
Wow.
I want to help people, whether it's with money or knowledge.
Right.
And one story, he's actually going to be able to come to the podcast soon, is this one white kid. It was in 22. I was with this company. They was contractors. And they had a get together at this golf course, Old Waverly.
Okay.
And he so happened to be there with his mother that was part of the event.
Right.
And he was a young kid and played golf, and he saw me with my camera and stuff I was filming. And he was like, man, you really like that? I said, yeah, I love it, man. I tell him all the stuff I get to do and stuff like that.
Right.
And he's like, you think I could do it? I said, man, why not? I said, what you do? He said, I play golf. I said, heck yeah, you'll be able to do it. He said, how? I said, you see how hard golf is? You know how hard golf is?
Heck yeah.
The guy told me the other day, golf is the hardest sport.
I said, yeah. I said, think about it. Golf is very hard. And I ain't played it, but I know it's hard. I said, if you apply that same mentality that you have in that and do this, you'll be fine. No matter whatever you do, you'll be fine.
Right.
And so I was just telling him all what I do, what I did. And now that same boy, he got more followers than me doing what I do.
Wow.
Guess what? The college championship game, football game, he got the film in it.
Wow.
Man.
Oh, that's what's up.
He got
That's
the film
what's
in
up.
it. He only in year, I think 2. Year
Man.
2 able to do that type of stuff.
That's insane.
So-
you know what? That's amazing.
But it's amazing because
But you planted that seed.
You know what? That's why. That's why I say I always the Bynum family blessed because
Yeah.
he creating a tree.
Yeah.
Do you know how many barbers and barber shop owners has come from Freddie?
yeah, it's many.
Because I'm one of them. Like Freddie got a tree,
Yeah.
and then I got a tree.
Yeah.
But where did I start from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his tree is just like he got branches
Yeah.
everywhere.
So we are. The term for it. We're legacy people.
Yeah.
I told a girl I was talking to. I told this business I was talking to. I'm all about legacy. I don't care about the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna have it,
Right.
but the money ain't for me.
Right.
Right.
It's for the next person.
Right.
And some people they don't understand that. Why? You working for somebody that's not here. But that's a greater power just working for myself.
Right.
And people that don't understand that you can tell that their values are different. It's just
Right.
how it is.
Right.
But I could have easily had a job where I could have got paid $600 easy each week. Easy. But
Okay.
I turned it down.
Okay.
I turned it down because I told that lady, it's not what this is about.
Right.
It's not about money.
Right.
It's not. Same thing, like I said, I was talking to this girl. I said, no, that's something you gotta learn about me. Like, I'm doing all this, I'm gonna be breaking my back, bleeding, crying. It ain't for me.
Right.
I'm gonna be doing it for you and that child.
Right.
So I gotta make sure you right. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I can't have you all weak and be able to shatter and stuff and try to leave. I ain't got time for that because we building a tree.
Right, that's right.
That tree ain't gonna be broken right here.
Right, that's right.
Dad did it. It ain't finna break where I'm at.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't finna snap it. So
it's finna expand.
So when I talk to like women and stuff, I let them know like, if you with me, you gonna it's end to the death.
Right.
Basically, I ain't saying it, but I'm saying like,
right.
Ain't no divorce. Ain't no.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
You either here or not.
Yeah.
Cause you know, this is gonna be personal. My mom wasn't the mother y'all thought she was, or you probably didn't. I'm not sure if you know.
Well, I don't. You know, as a barber.
Yeah.
You hear everything. You ain't gotta watch the news. The news gonna come to you, whether it's through gossip, rumors, or whatever. And so, you know, the main thing is I don't believe everything I hear, but I heard it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's one thing about me too. I don't make assumptions.
Yeah.
And so everything that I hear or everything that somebody bring to me, it ain't solid. You know, sometimes it has to be confirmed by somebody who I know that speaks the truth, or somebody who I know that ain't gonna shoot you one from the hip that's cricket. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I gotta hear sometimes out of the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
You know, because especially if you're talking about somebody that I know and love.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't believe anything except it comes from like them, the family, or something like that. Then I'm like, okay, then you gotta take it into consideration.
Yeah.
But you know, one thing you know, I know your mom. Everybody used to call your mom Mount Tyson because they said she was a fighter, and you know, she'd knock you out. She, you know, everybody in school knew not to mess with her.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I worked with her for a little while when we were selling insurance, and you know, I just know that I knew her from your father, and you know that was his wife, and I knew that he loved her. You know, I know that your daddy loved him so much.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. But that's all I knew until I heard that they are like, what?
Yeah, because they was together a long time, man.
Like, no way.
Yeah.
No,
I couldn't believe it, man.
No.
Oh, I could.
Oh yeah, you lived.
I was in the house.
Right.
I lived in it. So
man, the stuff you told me.
yeah, I mean, of course, that's what you do. You keep that's family.
Right.
You
know,
keep it in the
personal.
house.
Yep.
Right.
But nah, when he did leaving, I told him not to take her back. He was trying to take her for our sake.
I told you he loved her.
Yeah.
He loved her.
And I said, nah, bro. I told him. He's like, you sure that's your mom? I said, nah, man. I'm thinking about you. And he think about us. He always think about us. For the first time, I told him no. So, I told him like, nah, you need to worry about yourself. You done worked hard. I watched you work hard, all that stuff. And now it's time for you to think about yourself. You got me going at the point. So that's what he did. He took my advice, and we've been through it thick and thin, ever since.
And you know what, Keyshawn? I know how close you and your father is. And I know that if his heart was broke and he was going through, and you could see it on him, you were hurt just as much.
Yeah.
I believe that.
You felt his pain.
Yeah.
Because when my dad, stepped out on my mom, and me, my brother, and my sister, my mom got my sister on her hip. My dad pulls up with his girlfriend, a brand new Cadillac, trying to offer my mom some money, and my mom wouldn't take it, so he gave it to my brother. And the hurt, the pain I seen on my mama's face, like her constantness. I mean, man, it's just like, ooh, bro. It made me just, it hurt me to see her that way.
Yeah.
And so, like, whatever she went through with my father, it didn't always affect you know, that's the thing when parents go through stuff like that, and you got baby mamas and baby daddies. Them kids, sometimes those be the ones that suffer the most.
Most, yeah.
They do.
Because they feel the hurt and pain, and then they want everything to just be happy-go-lucky.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But when it don't go that way, you know, that hurt and pain and that stuff, it's knocking them upside the head too.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's like it's certain times to where, you know, I cried with my mama.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it hurt me to see her cry. I cried with her.
Right.
You know, but I understood and I felt her pain. And when you could see it and you there in it,
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
So a lot of people didn't know. So this place is a testament to show you, like, even though we went through that in a period of time, but we did all that in the same period.
really?
All this, what you see, that all that stuff was happening. It was going on, and we got through it. So that's So like it shows how type of man he is.
He resilient.
Yeah, and so like he tell me like he used to tell me, don't talk about me, but I have no choice. Like the type of person you are, you have to be. You just have. People just gotta know.
Yeah.
Or you know, I just can't. I don't feel right just saying, yeah, I done it. Nah. People that grow, they always have a team. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So every time you tell me go to the meetings and don't talk about me, like it's hard not to.
Because he's so much ingratiated in your life.
Right.
Like it's hard to talk about yourself without talking about him.
Right. It is.
He's a part of you.
Yeah. And then I don't feel like what's the word? Because I was doing that at one point, and every point that I was doing it, just talking about myself, he had to humble me. You see what I'm saying? That's why I said I can't just say it's me.
Right.
Because he had to humble me. Because like, think about it. Look at this place.
Yeah.
A 21-year-old got a place like this.
Right.
And get to make $800 in 2 minutes.
That's
or $3,000 in a day.
That's what's up.
Of course you gonna feel a little something. Oh man, shit.
Yeah. Pop your collar.
What? I get to do what? I just made $800, man. What you wanna do?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Of course you gonna. Of course, any type of kid. So yeah, he had to bring me down to earth a couple times. I mean, I told the guest that he was like, "What? Yeah, this is a nice place." Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
But
like,
you know what?
And the
John
people I get to
always
work with,
have been resilient.
He always been.
Because it take a resilient person to start his business from scratch, to sell yourself to a business, to offer them a service, and then sometimes get rejected and not quit.
Yeah.
But go on to the next.
And I did the same process. See, people didn't know that I did the same. 2020, that's why I disappeared. He seen them. I got the business cards to prove it.
Yeah.
I went to door to door. During that COVID time, people used to tell me like, son, if you make it through this shit, you can make it through any year.
Yeah.
Right.
People, doors was locked. I was still getting business. Doors was locked. I was still, but it came, and me and Dad, we were talking about this day before or something like that. I think last week or something. It became a game.
Okay.
We got used to the rejection. It didn't bother us no more. It was a game. Like, okay, how many? How can I turn that no to a yes?
Yes.
And so you forget all about the no's and stuff.
You know what? I had that same process happen to me with girls. I was afraid
it's like that.
I was afraid of rejection, so I didn't ask.
Yeah.
But I don't know who. Somebody instilled some of the switch flipped somewhere to where. Once I did it one time and got rejected and was fine, I went to the next.
Yeah.
And she said yes. I'm like, yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
It's on. Like, I wasn't scared no more.
Yeah.
I ain't care who you was. And then I started seeing the people that were around me, how scared they were.
Yeah.
I was like, pick one out, let me show you. Like, this is so normal to, you know, whether I win or lose, that ain't the game ain't over.
Yeah, it ain't.
It ain't.
You know, you can start over. You can go to the next.
Right.
Oh, okay. She gonna say yes.
Yeah.
You know, she might say no, she might say yes. But guess what? You keep, man, you might ask the finest one. And she gonna like, yeah, okay.
It's a numbers game.
Why you weren't scared?
Yeah.
Everybody else scared of me.
Yeah. It's all a numbers game. That's all it is. Yeah. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah.
Numbers game. Cause shoot, like I had times where I walk in there, they look at me like, Who you? You know what I'm saying? And you know, if you ain't got confidence, you gonna shut it. When you see it, you gonna cower down.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I stand up, act like I know exactly who in the back room. I say their first name and all.
Right.
And I say it like I got a problem with him, but I really don't. Like if his name is John, like, hey, I need to see John.
Right.
I need to see him.
Right.
They gonna look at me. Okay, let me go see what he doing.
Right.
And John go like, do I know you? No, you don't. But hey, my name's Keisha. Works like a charm.
Right.
Works like a charm. But sometimes you don't get to him. But I learned that. Like, yeah, just be confident.
Right.
Like one time, my brother got pressed a little bit at the wedding. He's just an older man. He wanted to make sure that Kingston was sure of himself.
Right.
Yeah.
He was asking about the mics. He said, you know that's gonna scuffle and stuff. And I kept seeing he was stuttering. He was staggered. He didn't know what to really say to the man. He just wanted him to just put the mic on.
Yeah.
Right.
So I stepped in and told him, no, this is how it works. That's all he wanted to see.
You came in, you showed him
I showed him how confident I was. Yeah, it's gonna work.
Right.
Don't question it.
Right.
Boom. And I had to tell King, I said, older people are like that. They just want to see how confident you are.
Right.
Because they was raised that way.
Right.
You show weakness, we can't trust you.
Right.
Right.
If you the weakest link, we finna put you in the back of something.
Right. You going timid, stammering.
See what I'm saying? We need the people that's strong in the front to do this.
Right.
We need it. So that was a lesson for him.
Right.
So you gotta be
That was a
confident.
valuable lesson.
Heck yeah.
Because
that's
you
a
know
life
what?
lesson.
That's one thing big time corporate bosses teach their kids.
Yeah.
They kids
The handshake.
grow up with that kind of confidence to where like they bosses of all bosses and they ain't boss of nothing.
Yeah.
But they walk in it, they talk in it,
Yep.
they look like it, they act like it. You know, and I like, you know, that's something that we don't really, you know, we don't understand how valuable that is, especially when you're trying to raise a leader.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, and then sometimes that one leader, like Keyshawn, very popular. Everybody know him. You know, his actions, his words, his walk, his talk, it affected others.
It did.
And when they see him walking in such a way where he wasn't getting at home, he could get from his homeboy. Because don't we get a lot of things from our friends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get a lot, like all our attributes don't come from our parents.
No, it don't.
We get a lot of attributes by the people we spend most time with.
Yeah.
You're a trailblazer.
Yeah. But yeah, you always lead by example.
You know what? This podcast is before its time.
Yeah, it's a major platform. That's why I want.
Who else around here you know doing this?
Nobody.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna say this right here, man. You keep doing this, you gonna get all kind of folks. They gonna be lighting your phone up, want to do a podcast.
Man, the reason why I wanted to come on,
When you text me, man, that was, yo.
It started from the seed.
Yeah.
I believed in him from the get-go because of what I saw in him before then.
Yeah.
You know, anybody who's that dedicated, that committed, that hardworking, you cannot fail.
You can't.
You cannot fail. But you know what? I already know that, you know, he whatever he doing gonna be national.
Yeah.
And you know, it's just gonna skyrocket out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm so glad to have been here to get to know what kind of person he is by kicking it with y'all.
Yeah.
Right.
That, you know, you've already been in life at a young age what it take people at 30 and 40 years to go through.
Yeah.
Like with the humbleness, winning you back in because of the big head. Sometimes we don't get those life lessons until we 30, 40, 50 years old.
I got a lot of them. I just ain't talking
You know
a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
lessons.
But I mean, I promise you, I know grown men that, you know, you sit down and talk to them, their maturity level ain't even on your level.
Yeah. That's true.
I even meet them. I be like, dang.
I'm just saying, you know. But
Yeah.
you know, that's why, man, you know, I know John, I know one of the reasons why Freddie, Cephas, all the boys sometimes feel the way they feel about things now, is because of the childhood.
Yeah.
Their childhood.
Yeah.
And I know one time Freddie was trying to witness to your brother, and your brother was just like, you know, man, you know, basically we ain't little no more, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I realize we're in the real world, and, you know, everything that, you know, I'm doing, you know, that's me, I'm doing it, you know. And Freddie like, no, that ain't you, that's God, that's God, that's God. And I knew that Freddie would never have reached John because, first of all, that's his brother. And sometimes the message that Freddie was trying to relay couldn't be relayed to John by your sibling. I also knew that John was gonna have to have a personal encounter to where it was just gonna be him and God.
Yeah.
And it's gonna have to be a moment to where, you know, him and God, you know, actually had a conversation like Paul did on his road to Damascus.
Right.
You know, Paul was a persecutor of God's people.
Yep.
And God knocked him off the horse,
Yep.
blinded him,
Sure did.
and talked to him.
Cause when his name Saul, at first,
Saul of Tarsus.
he killed Christians.
That was his job. He thought he was doing what was right. So, with what John had went through his childhood, and what Freddie was trying to relate to him, I was just like, God knows John better than anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes we just gotta pray and keep it moving.
Yeah. That's
Because sometimes when we try to reach our siblings and we try to reach the people that's close to us the most, that message being relayed from us, it's kind of hard to be received because you were there when this happened, and you know why I chose the path and journey I'm on.
Yeah.
So just give it a rest.
Yeah.
right.
And so, but God's timing ain't like nobody else's timing, you know. So
His time
he
different.
know exactly, you know, how to reach us.
Yeah.
Because I never knew I was gonna be reached the way I was reached.
Yeah.
And I pray to God that, you know, that people don't have to go through what I went through to turn your life around or believe.
Right.
Because, you know, what I went through was, you know, a life and death experience to where I wanted to take my own life. But thank God, God intervened on my behalf.
Came
you know,
through.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but I do know that your brother, even though he might not go to church and do some of the things that Christians do, you can't tell me John ain't got faith.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
he
do.
He definitely do.
It's personal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's personal.
Let me fix it.
Yeah,
It's personal.
yeah,
God, of course, God is with you. God is with you. God is with me.
right,
As long as I'm speaking to him every day, praying to him, it's personal.
right.
You don't
So,
have
and
to go in
people,
no
and
building.
people don't get that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I still use them. I still talk to them. Cause think about it. Think about this. If I didn't, I wouldn't be where I'm at. Come on now.
Yeah.
What he's done, he's achieved a lot.
Man, what you talking about? I mean, some of the stuff he done in a short amount of time and the success that he...
You don't think God was part of that? He'll tell you. I ain't just.
Man.
You don't think God is part of that?
Man, when
God,
John,
So
when John pulled up to the shop in that HD,
Oh,
you don't think God was a part of that? Yeah. See, y'all didn't see the sleepless nights he run off the road and in that truck. He still come home to us and got to do it all over again, taking care of us. Y'all ain't see that. But you don't think God wasn't with that? So they see him. Oh, he don't go to church. He don't. You
Man.
don't see that?
Man, tell him about that time. Him in Kingston. Kingston had hurt his arm.
Man, yeah.
They were
So
driving.
Kingston was playing basketball, and I think something had happened on the play, and he fell or something, dislocated his arm. Dislocated. Dad went to work the night before, I'm here. And I was making some errands, but he caught me here.
Mm-hmm.
And soon he said, man, Kingston, this located on, I'm gonna take it to the hospital. I know he just woke out of his sleep.
Right.
So I was like, man, I'm gonna ask him, do you want me to take him? I don't mind. Even though I had the plan, I don't mind. When it comes down to him, I'll stop whatever.
Right.
And so, but it seemed like I could tell in fact he wanted to do it anyway. So I was like, oh well, okay, I'm gonna let him do it.
Right.
Man, they started driving towards Columbus on 45. He was watching videos of what they gonna do to him. Cause Kingston's different from me. He don't know how Kingston would take pain. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. So he was watching the process.
He was worried about.
Ah.
And so he was watching it, and he getting heat flashes. Like that man was screaming on the video. He like, oh man. And so that caused him to pass out on the highway. Passed out.
In that big truck.
In that big silver truck.
Dang.
So, mind you, Kingston's arm is dislocated. His right arm.
Last year.
Yeah. And he first hit the bridge. There was, the little bridge. He hit the rail. Then it went into the other lane in the incoming traffic. If it wasn't for Kingston, they both would have died. Kingston had a collect mind where he he pulled the wheel.
Really? Dang.
Yeah.
He put
Cause he called me when it happened.
he pulled that wheel
Yeah.
and put him in the ditch.
Wow.
I tried to stop this, but dang.
So
No,
Kingston.
you good, man.
Kingston saved them both.
Wow.
Yep. He saved them both.
That's amazing grace, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
So
God had his hands over
he
it.
did.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't gonna try to stop this.
Cause he called me and he said, I could have lost my brother
lost both of
and
them.
my dad.
Both of them.
And he said, I wouldn't know what to do.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him that day, I said, God had his hand over
He did.
Mm-hmm.
your brother and your father.
Mm-hmm.
That was a miracle.
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled it. He pulled that wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And they hit that. Luckily, what they hit, it was a hump and it stopped the truck.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they were both okay. He still had that arm dislocated, but
You know what that remind me of?
yeah.
That remind me of Jesus Take the Wheel.
Yeah. I ain't talked about it in a while. That's why.
Okay,
Yeah.
man.
I mean that would be emotional for anybody, to imagine or fathom, not just losing your father, but losing your brother too.
Same
That'll kind of help you put life in perspective if it was out of.
Yeah.
It kind of make you make adjustments to the camera lens.
Yeah.
If it was a little blurry, now I can see clearly now.
Right.
How much this man
Yeah.
and my brother really mean to me.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Shoot, they was okay. They got out of it. Man, after that, I was just antsy, bro. Cause my life could have changed just like that.
Yeah.
Everything could have just changed. So I was on the go. And I had a girlfriend at the time, and I was so hard on her, I didn't realize it. But she was smart, she helped me understand what I was going through, and she didn't take it personal or nothing. So I definitely appreciate her, even though
That's what's up.
and stuff like that. But
That's what's up.
but yeah, that was a tough time for me, even though they came out okay.
Yeah.
Cause like, man, like this is why we work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like when people see me always working and stuff like that, like I'm working, so
And
things
you know
will
what,
be good.
Keyshawn? It also makes you cherish that time with them even more.
Yeah.
That lets you know, it makes you know how valuable that time, holidays, going to support your father, or going to support your brother.
Yeah.
Or it makes you, these moments could be taken away from us at any second, minute, hour. And, something like that happened to me a few months ago when I went in to get a colonoscopy, and, my colon was twisted. And they had gave me some gabalite to flush me out, but since my colon was twisted, it imploded inside of me. And I had to go to the emergency room in Tupelo, and they transferred me down to Jackson, and they want to have surgery immediately. So they went to go operate on my colon, made a mistake and cut my bladder, and they had to take my dialysis catheter out. And that's like having 1, 2, 3 surgeries at once during an 8-hour span. And when I got out of surgery, I was in so much pain. I had an epidural on my back. They had me on a fentanyl drip, and I still was in so much pain. I was like, God, if it's time for me to go, please take me now. Because I don't want to go through this pain. And another thing that kind of made me lose hope was my wife. She was sitting at my bedside, and she dropped her head. And when she dropped her head, I knew it was over. I knew I was gone. Because my wife, she just not the give up type of person, drop her head kind of person. I've never seen her drop her head.
Right.
And when she dropped her head, I was like, okay. And then, you know, my pastor and Brother Earl came up there. My pastor laid his hands on me, said this powerful prayer that I could literally feel. And God said, you know, the worst part is over now.
Yeah.
And, you know, I began to get better. But for like 19 days, I couldn't eat a drop.
Man.
I couldn't eat nothing for 19 days.
Man.
My body, and then when they did try to feed me a liquid diet,
Yeah.
my body rejected it.
Wow.
Man,
So,
you was in bad shape.
I couldn't walk. I didn't recognize myself when I looked in the mirror. My grandson was scared to come near me because he didn't recognize me when he came to see me.
Right.
But, you know, my wife, being there through that, you know, it was like, through it all, you know, she was right there by my side. And it was like, this is how it would be if I died. And it was just like, you know, the moment I said, God, I'm gonna go, let's ready, it's the moment he came, swooped in.
Came to the rescue.
Swooped in, bro. I mean, swooped in. I mean, and you know, I was down for like basically 2 months before I could walk, but I didn't have to worry about nothing.
Yeah.
Didn't have to worry about no bill. Didn't have to worry about no bill. I didn't have to worry about nothing. God took care. She sustained me, you know, when I wasn't able to sustain myself.
Right.
And the people that heard about what I went through, I mean, came in like, you know, how may I service you?
Yeah.
I mean, people who I didn't think even cared about me like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Ed, is there anything I could do for you?
Right.
Like, one of the guys that helped me out was Brian Moore.
Oh yeah.
Coincidentally,
Yeah.
when I get out the hospital and go home, all 3 vehicles go down.
Ain't that something?
So, guess who called me and asked me out the blue?
Brian.
Ed, is there anything I could do for you? Well, one thing I hate to ask.
Yeah.
But yes, my truck down, my wife car down, my red car down. He like, all right, I'm sending somebody over.
Man.
Okay, how much I owe you? Don't worry about it, Ed.
Man.
I mean, now I go to church, people putting hundreds in my hand,
Wow.
you know, and I'm just like, you know, I'm the one that I'm so used to giving and helping
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
to where receiving it
You don't feel right.
No.
Feel weird, yeah.
No, it floored me. It humbled me down to where you have more influence and impact than you could ever imagine.
You really do.
You know, and it's like God is saying, only if I could get you to see yourself that way.
Yeah.
But I can't. It's hard for me to get myself to see myself like that guy saw me at the Tupelo Furniture Market.
Yeah.
I'm not a credit person.
Right.
I don't like to receive credit because I believe receiving thanks and credit basically slows me down. But I'm so hard and critical of myself, even though I know I did all right, it's not good enough for me. So I'm still striving to be better than I was the last time.
Right.
So receiving, like, let's say, for instance, I throw on a program. Everybody, oh, you did such a good job putting this thing together. Yeah, okay, it's all right. I could do better.
I just want to tell you, man, you've done more than enough.
Okay, that's what's up.
Community.
That's what's up.
Everywhere you go. That's what's life, man.
That's what's up.
What you've done for me, everybody, man.
I'm thankful to be able to hear your story because, like, of course, I always knew you, but I never knew the story.
Right.
So I'm thankful to even hear it. So, man, I appreciate you for sure.
Keisha, I think it was to Fredo. I told the story about my brother when I first came over here. He was like, man, don't tell that to nobody else, man.
What?
He was like, don't tell it. You're like, man, don't tell it to everybody, bro. They might not receive it like me.
Oh, yeah, some people, yeah.
But I wasn't, you know, Fredo was just, I guess, getting to know him. Him telling me about him and me telling me, him about me. That was just something that came up. I didn't volunteer that information to everybody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I felt that if it was useful to you or you could use it in some kind of way, then I'm going to offer it.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't going to do no good and fall on deaf ears, I'm not finna tell you.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I know you're going to criticize and judge me about my personal experience with God, you know, hey, you be better off hearing me tell it to somebody else, and you just so happen, to listen in on a conversation. You know,
Eavesdrop.
Yeah. I don't know how much time we got for these.
I think we done beat all the records.
Well, we had a great conversation.
We really did.
And look, what time is it?
I'm so glad you texted me though, man.
Oh, snap.
What time is it?
It's 5.
How long we went? Whoa, 4 hours?
4 hours and 9 minutes.
No, this is a podcast.
Dang.
Man, we got super deep.
Let me go ahead and end it. I ain't know what this long 4 hours.
I said, dang, my phone done cut off when you was in here so long. My phone cut. Wait a minute, I thought my phone. Look, my phone went out in my pocket.
Oh, snap.
It's
5:25.
What the heck? My phone ain't never done that.
Let me go.
What I owe you, Keyshawn?
No, you owe me that.
No,
You owe me that.
man, we just appreciate your time, man.
Hey, let me end it. Hey, that was another good episode of Connect Me Day.
I don't regret nothing.
Appreciate y'all coming on here, man.
Appreciate you too, bro.
Heck yeah, man. Love the stories for sure.
This is better than Shay Shay.
Way better, man. Hey, we finna get some more guests on here.
We got to. We got to.
Hey, we might have to do another one later
In the future.
Well, like I said,
part 2.
hopefully part 2 will be him coming to my place after I get the construction finished. So y'all could come.
And talk about that, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
I can't wait.
And y'all could talk to the other barbers.
Yeah.
That would be dope.
That'd be cool.
It'd be like basically a barbershop session.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Like LeBron.
Yeah, how they be talking in the, what's it
Oh,
called?
let's do that.
That's gonna be dope.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard, man.
Let's do that because the barbershop conversation is different.
It hit different.
It's
man.
real.
Yeah,
It's
that's
super
different.
real.
And it's lively, and you know that's why I didn't like working by myself, because we had so much fun over here.
Yeah.
You know, me over here by myself, I ain't got nobody to kick it with and have fun with.
Right.
It's like a real job now.
Yeah. Basically.
But yeah, the barbershop conversation, when we get heated, we laugh, we joke, we cry.
That'd be dope.
You know,
All the emotions.
I mean, we had fun, and then you get to know people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, you get to see other side of people that you would normally see if you was just a passerby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
That's true. But yeah.
If y'all got this far in the video, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Dang, bro,
y'all.
we got lost in time.
We got
It didn't feel that long though, man.
Nah, bro, we got lost in time.
we sure did.
But that's what happened when you're around good company.
Yeah. That's how it is.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Hey, we got Shaquille Spears coming up.
You got what? Shaquille Spears? Who's Shaquille Spears?
You
One
got
of Chris Jones' friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
Man, we gotta see what he gonna talk about and stuff. So
It'd be nice if he came on here.
That's my goal. My 2 main goal episodes since I started is to get my dad on here and Chris Jones.
Yeah. Your dad should most definitely come over here. You know how many people he'll bless?
Oh yeah.
If he be himself for sure, yeah.
I mean, man, cause like your dad sitting in my chair talking about his method, the method to his madness, talking about
Philosophies.
yes.
And, yeah. Heck
you
yeah.
know, it's different. It's different. John don't think like everybody else.
You don't.
And he said, you know what? I'm gonna raise my kids that way too.
Yeah.
And he thinks outside of the box.
He really do.
You know, and that made when John spoke, you listen.
Yeah.
Every time.
Every single time.
Yeah.
So those my 2 main ones. But if y'all made it this far in the video, y'all
Thank you.
like and subscribe because this
Please
was.
do.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm putting
We
this.
live?
Yeah.
Not necessarily live, but
We live.
like and subscribe.
Oh, you stopped it.
Nah, I ain't stopped it yet. But he talking about like live, like on TikTok live.
Oh, I'm finna
But
do that.
hey, look, if it is, hey, so be it.
So
This is a platform that I really admired when I seen it, and I saw that y'all was asking each other questions. I was like, they great interviewers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got it, man. I'm trying to be the next Oprah, man.
Okay, that's what's up. But when I seen y'all, man, I was so excited. I'm like, man, I'm so glad they doing something big.
I sure gonna ask you what you first thought when you first seen us.
yeah.
I was so glad that 2 people that I thought were introverted when they were younger
Oh yeah. We definitely
are
were.
now extroverts.
You were quieter than me.
I can
Nah,
be
we're
both.
about equal.
I was both.
Yeah.
I can be extroverted if I wanted to on a
I
good
used to
day,
talk
but
at all though.
introvert, I had my days. Like I don't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
I was both.
You just couldn't get a peep out of me. You asked me how I want my hair cut, I'd just be like,
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was y'all was but y'all was different.
Yeah.
we would.
Yeah, y'all were different.
Yeah, we were.
Even as children. You know. Yeah.
You sold him his first PS4. He had a PS4 for all of us.
You bought I bought it from you. I forgot.
I forgot about that too.
I mean, you sell them bootleg movies.
They said I shut down movie gallery.
Man, I loved it, man.
But
One of my favorite movies I got from
but
you.
I was getting movies at the same time that they were at the movies,
Mm.
and they were clear.
They were
weren't
clear.
bootleg. So that's why I made more money selling DVDs than I did cutting hair.
Wow.
Hey, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, I had white people coming from Tupelo,
Dang.
Way down here to get some DVDs.
like $80, $120 worth of videos.
Dang.
And then I had the binder to where I had
could pick-
printed out copy of the thing that was on YouTube and put it in there. So they were like, "What movies you got?" And I'm like, "Just look through the binder."
Yeah, I remember I bought a
remember.
machete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've made a killing, and Freddie was like, "Ed, I'm sorry, man. You gonna have to stop selling movies out of my barbershop. You turned my barbershop to a crack house."
Man, yeah. Them folks sure would come in, I remember.
I was like, "All right, Freddie."
Well, how much you was selling for? 10?
No, I was selling them for like if you got more than one.
It was a package deal.
No, I was selling them for like 10.
See,
Yeah, I was telling them. But like if they was getting like a whole bunch of movies, I cut them a deal.
Oh.
Yeah, but I was making so much money. And then everybody was counting my money, bro. I didn't realize, man, so many people count my pocket, bro.
Really?
Heck yeah, man. And one day, man, they was like, man, you just sold about $80 worth of movie. I'm like, damn, man, why you count my money, bro?
They sitting there watching you.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I wasn't even thinking of that.
Like, dang.
They weren't in on that.
Well, they helped me, you know, all my kids was in college at that time.
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever they needed, I was there.
Yeah.
And man, see, that was a good time too, because you know, now you can't hardly sell DVDs because you don't really watch.
You can't.
Yeah, absolutely, almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's just streaming.
Yeah. Yeah. I knew it was gonna be like that, but yeah, man. That's another one. That's another one, man. I enjoyed y'all, man. I really did.
I enjoyed you
me
too,
too.
man.
We definitely gotta do this again.
For sure, man.
I said,
For
we
sure.
got like when I get finished with my construction, you know, I'm hire you for your services as far as advertisement, and we could also do a session.
Bet.
And I believe that's gonna be off the wall, because I don't know nobody who doing the sessions besides LeBron.
Yeah.
Nah, nobody.
So that's gonna be nice.
That's gonna be nice. But yeah,
Going viral, chat.
hey, that was a great one. And hey, I see y'all connect. See you when I see you.
Peace.